You just donor walled me.
What?
Do you want to open them? Hello everyone and welcome to what is the last regional qualifier before Masters Berlin. Before we go into international competition for the last time in stage 3, it is the EMEA playoffs. It's day 1. We're going to be watching first Guild versus Forza. Before all of that though, let me just introduce us, your casters and hosts for today on the B stream. It's me, Twiggy, and my friend Milosh over here. How you doing, buddy?
I am very good today, Twiggy. It's our first time casting together, and not gonna lie, I'm very excited. A bit giddy, as they would say. Also, I was already giddy looking at your room and seeing how, you know, all the wonderful pieces of art and music are displayed. Makes me very happy to see that. So I'm very excited to see the artwork, the plethora of artwork that will be displayed through the next couple of weeks of competition, and specifically today, to see who can start paving the way for their career in top tier Valorant in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 3 regions coming together to go into this playoffs. It's really the only region where this is done because NA, they just move straight into another qualifier. You know, everybody, they're just moving into new qualifiers. Here we've got 3 different ones coming together. We've got Europe, we've got Turkey, we've got the Commonwealth of Independent States, and today we've got a match-up between 2 of those today. We've got Europe versus the Commonwealth of Independent States, with Guild coming from Sweden, Forza coming from Russia and Belarus, so a big matchup between those to see who's going to be, well, knocked into the lower bracket and who's going to be moving forward to come up against those top 4 seeds.
So I believe that our maps might be ready, so we can actually talk about them. But first, the points. I know they're very important, and we were talking about it before we got started. Like, they're not really talked about that often, and we just get to mention them over the next couple of weeks very heavily. It's all about trying to make it to Masters Berlin. There's no 2 ways around it. Consider this as the qualifier to Masters. We've already gone through kind of the qualifier to the qualifier over the past couple of weeks, and it's all about who can hit the top 4 in the tournament now in Berlin, and of course in general, who can get the maximum amount of points if they're not already qualified to Masters, to see if they can make it through last chance qualifiers and actually qualify to the event itself. I know, you talked about it. There's 3 different qualifiers. Yes, there are a ton of them, and they all matter. They're career making for all these points.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're already heading in. It's happening so quickly now, and we've got an interesting lineup. Okay, so you know what? Breach on Icebox is something that hasn't really been played before now.
No.
That is something that I did not expect from either team, but I guess as metas change, you do see these kinds of things happening, and we are actually subbing out the Sage on both teams. Obviously, the meta before now, you would have seen Sage, Viper, Sova, Jet, and then either Reyna or Killjoy. This time we're seeing a Breach instead of that Sage, so an interesting one from both teams. I'll be interested to see how those are played, but look at all of that. This is absolutely beautiful. 2 players have the Reykjavik winner tags. Interesting. I'm not sure they won Reykjavik.
I mean, look, everybody, we all won Reykjavik. That's
in our hearts, yeah.
Exactly. Wouldn't we all want to be? You know, one thing about Icebox is that Guild actually ran this bridge in their composition only for a bit, though. You know, only like 3 or 4 games before this one. So it's not really enough for you to turn around and say, yeah, this is something that are going to continue running. I mean, they are obviously today, and seeing the Sage out of playing Icebox is kind of a weird thing to look at of the past few months of watching Icebox in competition on it. So I'm quite curious to see how they end up running their composition. How they actually fare on here. It all has to come down to timing, and we know how effective Viper is on this timing-wise. So let's get into it.
Yeah, immediately looks like Forza, they're going to head over towards B, get that drone out, try and scout out any players. Safe is playing quite far away, quite safely, ironically, and just with that turret to look over that one, but that's a little bit of damage done, and it's going to find out where all of those, well, not all of those Forza players are, but it's going to give them a good indication of what's going on. 2 players staying over towards A, and the rest of the team, they're going to head over towards B to try and help that defense come through. The snakebite loops all the way over through the skyline, trying to clear out anybody from yellow, but nobody's there. Again, playing it quite safely as Forza. Now they're going to make that push happen.
Alright, there's Jet pushing away from Guild, but there's the first kill. Go the way of Guild. It's going to help them out here as the attackers kind of slowing things down at 4s, and they're really unable to find the opening just yet.
Yeah, Guild now just holding it down. Again, they're playing it so passively, and it's working out for them so far. They've done a bunch of damage, got that first pick, and they can back up, make sure that nobody gets in on site. Obviously, without the Sage, it's much more difficult to plant. Bunkar, he's going to make it a 5v3, and looks like Forza, they're going to have to head all the way back.
Unfortunately, that
30 seconds left.
First of all, the Viper couldn't really zone anybody out. The rotations were very effective from the defense, and now you're just looking at Guild taking control. Look at this Viper Dragon. He's looking to do work.
Right round the corner, and he turns around and finds his first head, looking for his second, but the flash will just about catch him, and Suigetsu is there for 2 more picks. The aftershock to try and push him out of position, and Yassine, he doesn't find another one, so Suigetsu now on 3, heads tapped, gets the plant down, but Bunkar's there to stop him in their tracks. It's a 3k for Bunkar, and they'll take the first round.
Very, very good there from Bunkar and the rest of Guild. Honestly, the most impressive thing in that first round, and yes, it is pistol round, so not the end of the world and all that, the usual spiel that always happens after a pistol round. It was still very impressive when all cards were down to see how Guild were effective at rotating away and realizing that the push is happening to B. It slowed down, they're able to get the very important couple picks, and it forced to do the only available option, which is let's push the warehouse and see what we can get done there, and nothing happened.
Suigetsu tried his best to get all of that done, but it's a tall order at that point. Guild, they're going to play these safe defaults once again in this round as Forza. They head over towards mid. Leo sees ahead of 1 or 2 of the players there, maybe Zeddy and Coffee a little far up, and Coffee, he's going to get tagged up for his troubles with that shock dart. It's going to light a fire under them as they head over through mid. Bunkar, he catches him out, and out comes the flash. Try and push him away. That'll be 1 pick for him pretty easily. The rest of the team, they're still stuck over there behind that wall, and the spray through it from Leo, not quite going to find a body, but it's keeping them well back.
It's working, but Suigetsu gets one on Yassine. There it is from Saif.
My lord.
Man, Saif really lives up to his name. Saif means sword in Arabic, and he just struck them all down one swipe. Beautifully done, cutting off the rotation.
Yeah, it was well played from Guild. Just so many, like they kept him in that corner beautifully, and when just as they tried to turn away, Safe, he pops that nano storm, he sprays him down, and that's going to catch everybody, even with Bunkar coming in from behind.
Very well done. And at the end, it's the same question. Hey, we're gonna go through mid. This is what's going on in Forza tonight. We're gonna go through mid and see how we can split. We're gonna push one player off mid and maybe go to A through it. It's just unfortunate that it took them so long to make the decision. I don't know where that hesitation is coming from, but against Guild, you can't have that.
Well, they're going to be able to buy up this round, so in the gunfights, they are going to have that little bit of advantage. It is afforded by that. So they head over towards A, and they're going to try and make some openings through there, but very slowly. They've been burned once or twice now by Guild, and they don't want it to happen again. just waiting for that utility to go down a little bit. Make sure they have the best chance possible of getting in, but at the cost of the timer here as they head round for their first picks.
So, still awaiting, and all the utilities is going to be launched up. Just trying to poke and prod and see what is on the other side here for Guild. They're pushed back for a bit, but it's the conga line for fours, and there's nobody around. They're just checking, and at least they have some control, but it's a 1-to-1 trade.
That trade's coming out. Zeddy, he'll find 2 to help him to get to, but you're seeing he's big with the ghost. He'll take another pick, and it makes it a 2v3. That's already 2 casualties on the side of fours on their buy round. Not ideal whatsoever, but they've got the spike down now, and they're looking to close it out. Safe comes around the corner with the Spectre, though, takes another pick, making it a 2v2. The lineups are available now for the rest of the fours side, but half has already been taken down by Safe. He turns around the corner, he'll find the head of Artist, and Yassine closes it out. Even though he's detained, he will be able to get that defuse right afterwards.
That was a big commitment. I gotta say,
yeah.
Hello? Is he gonna be? There you go. All right, it really got hairy at the end, but it worked well. And this is the thing that Guild can be so happy with, is that despite fours finally being able to plant, it was very expensive for them utility-wise. So overall, it's not going to break the bank for Guild. And if you look at just pure economy for fours right now, the question is, all right, well, we're going to have to stick to pistols in this. We don't really have much. Let's try to save this. And as attackers, important thing is trying to get that momentum economy-wise. Always works in your favor, and if you let the defense keep doing their own thing, you're not going to have a fun time.
Zeddy will find an opening pick with the Marshal there. Yassine's going to have to back all the way out. Doesn't take a single shot, but his teammate's been taken down and he's going to have to give up that position at the very least. That's 1 pick afforded for Forza, but they've still only got those those sheriffs and that 1 Marshal in their hands, which makes it still that much more difficult to push through. Leo's just going to check that corner, and Yassine's going to go in for another dip.
So, Yassine just holding on to yellow. It's still this decision-making process through with fours. They've landed 1 kill. They know they have an advantage there, and Artist hits it. Yassine is down, and yellow's clear, but it's only Leo left on here, and now what is to be done for us? Are you going to push? Or are you going to stay back? And they might be splitting off through mid, leaving the Sova to hold their back.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation for Guild, but Forza still, only with the eco weapons, they know they still have to be careful. The Guild players are capable of taking them all down with 1 spray of the clip. That turret is going to find out those players pushing towards A, and it means that Safe can rotate over. Although that fault line is going to stun him up. Make sure he doesn't go for the swing just yet. The snake bite to try and push out any players from heaven. But Safe is going to turn around the corner now with the help of the Rolling Thunder. He'll find 1 pick, and he's looking for another one. The rest of the players, they're all on low health. So he gets to, he'll find 1 headshot. The bunker's there onto Coffee, and now there's only 10 seconds left in the round. Safe sprays down Hoogie on, and turning around the corner, Bunker's going to find 1 and 2 from Safe. It's a full house of picks for Guild, and they do close out the round in the end.
And this might just be that, breaking point. Not sure fours, how they're looking like economy-wise now. Yeah, they're finally going to be able to buy up. But not being able to plant in the last round is going to hurt. The important thing when you're playing on attack side is you're pushing up and you're trying to get the spike. If you do that, then you will at least be able to keep that momentum, keep the pressure against the defenders that will eventually not be able to bring the firepower that is necessary to play against you. But Guild, their reaction time is so quick, so fast. And on the other side, Force, it is extremely slow. But Zeddy, look at that, instantly to the head. Yassine is down.
That's another great opening for Force, but they've already done this once or twice now, got that opening pick and still not been able to close out the round. Guild definitely know that they can't be too aggressive about this now. Well, if you underestimate the other team, no matter how badly they are doing towards the start of the game, you might get burned. That's what's happened so far, but they're holding on to it and playing it safely once again. Only 1 player towards A, but with the Viper's pit out, that's going to discourage the rest of the Force side from pushing through, and there's a lull in the energy in the middle of the round.
It's starting to become a very common sight here. Safe in a 1-to-1 trade. Oh, the drop from Coffee! Oh, Bunkar collects the kill. It's a 3v3 at least, but Leo cuts off the rotation through the kitchen and gets a bit of info on Huggian. He flashes out, but it's basically just to survive.
Well, just Huggy and Soigetsu left.
30 seconds left.
Heading over towards
One
B
enemy
now, but
remaining.
Bonkar is right there. He'll
Spike
find one.
down, B.
Soigetsu is nowhere near for the trade, so it's just a 1v3 now. Players on all sides set in this difficult situation, having to pick up the spike and get that down.
I
But
got the
might be
spike.
able to at least get the spike planted. Doesn't quite see Leo through the gap there, but there's only 10 seconds left
10
in the
seconds
round. And
left.
Draken just turns around from mid, finds the pick, get out of there. It's a clean round for them once again. Although losing that first pick, they do just bring it back. And the timeout from Forza.
That is a very early timeout, but you know what? This might be the perfect time for it before it gets out of hand. Or is recognize, okay, the problem is we don't know how to make a decision in general, not just the right or wrong one. We have an early game plan, which is we're walking through mid or really committing a conga line to the one side, and then we kind of wait trying to gather information. And unfortunately, that info either isn't being gathered or they're not able to make the right decision with it to say, okay, let's keep it going. We can actually, smoke out and keep moving. We'll have Viper. We can pull out a wall, then go for that oh-so-classic B take. We've seen it attempted once, but that was only in the pistol and never again. So I'm wondering, why not just go for that? Go for the classics, collect something, because right now, looks like Guild are ahead of you in that decision-making process. Not sure if it's just them being more comfortable on the defensive side here, but for the attack of fours, they're not really able to find their groove.
Yeah, I mean, you do think of Icebox as a very attacker-sided map, one of the most attacker-sided maps, maybe only contested in that category by Breeze, and it is interesting that we're seeing flawless victories from Guild so far at this point. Maybe it is just that fact that Forza, they are the lowest seed from the Commonwealth of Independent States region, and Guild, they're one of the highest ones going through in week 1 for Europe, but maybe it is just Forza not quite getting this comp down as much as Guild are. They seem to be quite comfortable with it. As you said, they have played it once or twice before. They do know what they're doing with it. Forza just need to find that first round. This time they're playing with the Sheriffs and they're going to push in through A.
It's great to have this upper position for Safe. You can really spot people here, but no, Zeddy wins out the gunfight. That's a direct headshot, opening up the site if they can deal with Leo actually now doubling up and tripling on site. Guild instantly pulling in for the defense.
The Aftershock is going to do a little bit of damage here, you've seen, and he turns around the corner straight into the snake bite. That's massive again for Forza. They've got 2 picks now in this save round, and although Guild, they have a lot of money, it's going to take a bit of a blow to them. Bonkar, he pushes in through the top there, but the Viper's Pit, that's keeping him well away from anybody, but they'll find one onto Huggy on before. Turning around the corner, Coffee will just spray him down with the help of Artist. It's only 2 players left on the Guild side now, and they have to retake this against so much utility. A lot of players are low on fours, but it's taking down that many bodies in this situation. That's the difficult part. They play it slow, and they're just going to wait for any closing picks, I think.
I don't know if there's much you can do here. Leo can make a try here and there. And then
Oh,
back up.
my.
2 kills that Leo gets. That's at least something. But the rifles will be picked up by Wars, and they're going to be happy with this one. Finally a point. And what was the big difference after that timeout? They saw an opening, they made a decision, and they committed to it. That was exactly what was needed. Timeouts just bring people back. And you know what the oddity is? Icebox is 41% defense win for Guild. So actually, with 5 rounds that they've won so far, maybe 1 more, actually looking pretty good for the rest of this. So fours really need to snowball after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Forza, they're invigorated by that first round win, and they've been able to buy up this round quite happily. They'll head over towards B, and you can see Coffee going for an aggressive peek there. Really going to work against the Guild strat of let's leave long alone. Maybe it's a lot more difficult to hold that position with the composition you've got. Maybe what you're seeing can't afford an operator this round, and doesn't usually buy up too much of an operator all that often, so maybe they just love that heading back and playing this one for more of a retake, especially when you're not playing with a Sage. It's a lot easier to retake that site. You're going to be planting in a position that's a lot more vulnerable, and out comes the Rolling Thunder from the Force side to get in towards site. They are going to take it for free, but Draken somehow, he's found a snakebite kill onto Zeddy. He'll find a second one onto Artis with the Vandal. Coffee eventually is there with the trade, but Yassine, he has his ult out. Coffee will find that pick, but there's trades going every which way, and it's only Leo left alive for Guild.
He can still do some work. He's got intel that he can work with here. There it is. He doesn't know where the second player is, so he's got to be very careful about this. Gets one, Leo and a Hagian. Oh, behind yellow, this can go so downhill for fours, Twiggy.
Oh,
he gets him! Let's
go!
Oh, what a shot, dude. Leo. Awesome play. Yeah, show off. That is, honestly.
Take a bow. There we go, Leo. Well done. He finishes the round completely untouched, which is incredible, like, in a 1v2 there. The clutch without even taking a shot. Beautiful. Well, he's probably quite happy with that one. He swings back the momentum in their favor. Here we go, we can see this once again as he'll take down Coffee there, and you can see he stays alive, and here it is. He drops down, doesn't take a single shot from Huggy on there, and then Soigetsu, he finds him first, but just the flick is clean from Leo and snaps to the head. Beautiful.
That delay really is costly. So, all right, Yassine, I'm curious to see what Yassine wants to do with the shotty himself. So, show me what you got. There's Coffee with the first dash up, and nobody's found on the other side of mid just yet.
Oh, Hunter's Fury though will come out. As, oh my god, they push in well towards Kickshin there. The Rolling Thunder you saw was committed from Bunker there as well. He will find one pick. He turns back around the corner, but Coffee's there to find safe, and so Getsu will take down Bunker. Coffee's clean with the headshot onto Leo with the Blade Storm. There's only two players left on the Guild side, one towards mid, one on B, all by his lonesome here. Draken looking just for one pick before they get this plant down. The spray through the edge of the box. Zeddy will find that one. Maybe that's those box changes. Yassine is left with the Judge now. He's just got to look for one or two picks maybe, but stuck in the Nano Swarm. He has to get out of there straight into the line of sight of Coffee. Force find their second round in the half.
Really well done here to get the second one, and given how these past couple rounds have been so close, actually the past three if you count it, Guild don't have much cash-wise to work with, which is why they're seeing them really going for light shields, you know, maybe actually going for a Guardian. Okay. Unexpected, but this is more to even out the credits between all the players. It makes it a bit more, a bit easier to deal with in the future. But the cool thing, Coffee on the Jet has an op in hand. Let's see what it can do.
Here we go. Yeah, the classic Jet operator. And, well, I personally haven't seen Coffee play with the operator so far, so I'm interested to see how that one works out. So Getsu tries to find some shots through the edge of the wall there, but no damage is going to be landed. He's actually going to take a bit of a beating himself for that one, down to about 50 HP. There, well, Guild, they've come away with a, maybe not victorious, but definitely a very positive first few shots there, and they can back up, play some safe defaults. They now know what the rest of the Force side are playing. They've heard those operator shots ring out, and they know they need to be safe off the back of that.
So what is the decision to be made here? There's a minute left, and Draken's actually getting pretty far close aggressive here. Even though he only has a Sheriff in hand, he can use the wall to his advantage for just a bit. He's actually going to keep on going, checking every single corner. And in the meantime, Guild have rotated to A, so they're ready to go, Draken! That is an awesome shot on the Suigetsu, and that's really going to slow things in for Fords.
Only took one, and well, the fault line is going to come out to try and keep them out of B, A as well. They do use that lockdown here, and that's not going to be pushed out by the Force players. Draken can come in from behind, and a clean one-tap onto the back of Artist's head, and it's putting so much more pressure on them. Yassine comes through with the Guardian, finds one, the Aftershock to push Coffee back into the corner. There's only two players left, and there's only 12 seconds left on the timer. Bonkar with the Frenzy takes another pick. Coffee finds that trade, but it's all about Draken coming in from behind there, and what an incredible 50 round from Guild.
That was actually incredible. And, well, there will be a couple of rifles picked up as well. 7 rounds on defense. And like I said in the beginning, Guild on Icebox, out of the 11 times I've played Icebox, it's not a ton, I know, but it's still something. They've won defense 41% of the time, which is, you know, not super great, given Guild's experience overall. 7 rounds on defense, though, is huge. Looking at it, they might as well have just, you know, locked the whole thing down. Look at this from Drake, and he's just making sure that nobody can push on to A, and it doesn't really seem that it will be the place for Forge to go. Just going for the Viper Spit barrier.
Now, they've already taken down Yassine at this point, which means that they can get in a little easier. Obviously, Yassine on the Jet is going to be expected to get those first picks. Didn't quite find it. Safe or body block the snake bite there and get out of there pretty quickly. Bunkar is the one holding down Snowman and backs away from the aftershock, looking for the head of Artist there, but not quite finding it. The snake bite to push him back forward. If those were used at the same time, it could have been absolutely devastating for him, but he gets away with his life. And Fours, you can see, even though they've got 5 against 4 members, they're playing it so slowly. They know they could be punished at any point. Bunkar throws out the fault line. That'll hit most of them. Just discourage them from pushing in once again. Out comes the lockdown. The Hunter's Fury in trade is going to try and get rid of that. Safe will find one through the wall onto Zeddy, and the spray from Bunkar will put another few players down onto low HP. Artist finds the head of Safe, but now it's back to that 3v4, and Draken, he takes it down to a 3v3 onto Artist. Leo turning around the corner onto Coffee. There's only 2 players left on the Forza side, and 30 seconds left. They have to get this spike down, but the push from Guild is going to keep them from doing that. Draken turns around the corner, but Huggion will find that pick. He's down to low HP, though.
Last player
It's
standing.
both players on low HP. The Guild players turn around the corners, and that's going to be it for them. They close it out in a, well, I wouldn't say clean fashion, but pretty convincingly.
We mentioned the breach picks from both teams, literally at the very first second of Agents Lab, and we're thinking, you know, breach. How does it work? How will they fit him in? Honestly, I'm very impressed by both teams and their usage of him, but how he fits so well with the defense lineup, at least how he's being utilized by Huggion right now. He might not be top of the board, but the way he's able to flash and aftershock opponents, or even just line them back, they're just unable to react to them, delaying Fords, is really impressive to see. But Fords are just pushing forward to take down Safe, and a refrag instantly going for
Oh, Yassine was ready for that plant position. He'll take down Coffee in the middle of the plant, and now the spike is down on top of that position. It's just Huggion left. He'll be taken down by Leo, and it's a clean round for Guild. Once again, Foz, they get those opening picks, but it all falls apart for them in the middle of the round. It's the last round and a half, and we've already got a 7-round deficit for Foz.
I'm gonna start sounding like a broken record. Yeah, this is incredible. Just the amount of rounds that Guild are able to collect, given their performance on the map historically, is pretty impressive. And that comes down to their own experience in competitive play. They're, you know, higher rated. They're a team that's had quite a bit of experience over the past few months and just going up and showing us what they do. So, yeah, it is a tough game for Force. It's still a map 1. But hey, you got to take what you can get in this one. Maybe their defensive side will be more comfortable.
Sugetsu is going to be found out in kitchen there, which means Leo's going to throw out the shock dart. Not going to do any damage, but just about getting a good position here. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out from Fours, but Safe, he's in the corner. He'll find 1, 2, and 3 onto Sugetsu. And it's a beautiful opening now for Guild into this last round of the half. Yassine and Leo, they'll clean it up, and it's a flawless round to finish off the half.
Oh, yeah. You know, Fours have played Icebox 26 times. They've won attacking rounds 60% of the time. And now, I am no mathematician. You know, I don't know if you could correct me on the numbers, but 2 out of 12 is not 60%. Correct? Or, you know, let me bring on my calculator here. It's just
I've never been the best at maths, but I'm pretty sure that's just about accurate.
Is it math or maths?
Oh, it's maths. Come on, it's maths. We're in EMEA. We're in EMEA.
I don't know. Actually, in that specific clip, I don't know how Yassine's Bladestorm didn't kill the Force attacker that was, just, you know, that had just pushed into spawn. It was kind of weird to see, but
unlucky. We'll call it unlucky.
Unlucky. There it is. We're on the second pistol. Let's see how it goes forward.
Guild, they're going to head over towards A immediately. Everybody coming in together. There's that classic Viper wall over the top of that box, and they'll make their way in safe on top of Maze there. And well, Forza, they're already pushed out of there. They're going for a retake, it looks like, with 3 players coming in from behind, and 1 player mid, 1 player CT. Should be a simple retake for them, but, well, Guild, they need to get the spike down before anything can happen. Draken, he's already watching behind. He might be ready to take this one down. Coffee, though, finds the head of Leo. They're already aware of this flank happening. Draken comes in with the first pick, and maybe a couple more. I mean, the whole guild team is trying to push out these players, and it's ring around the rosies as Force now they have control of the A site in turn.
Wait, have they swapped sides? Because they weren't doing so well in the first half. I'm not really sure what was going on. 20 HP, the dink, and the finisher for Zeddy on the Bonkar. But it's a 2v2, and Yassine will get one for his own. Artist is last alive, and he can actually go for a very great flank here down in mid.
One enemy
But
remains.
Safe is ready for it. Oh, not quite. He'll take one shot onto Artist, but not enough to
30
get the
seconds
kill.
left.
Now into 1v1. There's 30 seconds left. You're seeing he does have the spike, and he'll be able to plant it very safely on B and get himself into a nice position to stave off this retake here from Artist. Let's see how he plays this one. He's going to actually head straight forward. He won't find the shots. Artist down to 40 HP. He'll finish out the round, and they'll find just about the first round of the second half here.
That is a very, very close second pistol, not gonna lie. But hey, Artist was in the perfect position for it, and he sniped one player that could have really given the huge advantage over to Guild. So turning it into 1v1, exactly what was needed. He picks up the Ghost, buying a Spectre, and what will Guild do? They're just gonna stick the pistols, no shields even, going for the Sheriff and Classics. And you know what? That is the way. Unless they're gonna stick to it. All right, good. Thank you so much. Thank you for not making me look like a buffoon. Is the word. You know, sometimes you just start buying up. You're like, well, there goes my point.
Yeah, to be fair, you never know. That's why I don't do color anymore. It's a scary time having to make predictions about the game in real time and then being, well, just players are always so. They never know what they want to do, so you can never make a prediction. Well, Guild, they're going to head forward, and they're actually through in Maze. Sugetsu gets pushed out of position, but he's not going to get killed, and he'll come around the corner for the first 2 picks, 3 picks, before Leo can find the trade. Huggy on, he'll take down Leo in turn. Ah, but wow, that's already, the blood flow is flowing quite freely as, well, 2 players, they'll finish it out for Fours. They've got only 1 casualty in that round.
Blood will stain all over the ice on the map. Unfortunate, but it is something that you would also expect out of that second round. You know, we have one team, in this case, Guild on the attack, pretty much completely ecoing. And on the other side, 4-4s, they're buying up. They got Spectres, perfect, just up close and personal. You're going to win every single one of these gunfights. But that allows Guild to go for a full rifle buy. And this is the round that could break Force very early in the second half.
Guild now have their weapons in hand. They have their rifles. They're going to head over towards A once again. They're quite happy with these A pushes. Not quite the same as the Force side, who are heading in towards mid for that 4-man flank. One player trying to hold down CT here, but Leo, he's ready for this flank, and there's also a turret there. He'll find out one, and I think he's seen about 3 there. He'll spray down Huggy on Suigetsu and Coffee through the wall, and Artist is the one to stop that from happening. But there's only 2 players left on the Force side now, and they've only taken down 1 player. Here comes Artist to try and clean up the rest. The headshot onto Yassine is going to drive him well away. It's not enough to get the pick. Safe and Bunkar, they'll finish it out, and it's now 11 rounds for Guild.
Incredible play here, doubling up, and honestly, the turret is a great distraction in that case. You know, it really puts a lot of pressure on the defenders in this case that are getting aggressive through mid. Which I understand that Fours are trying to take the lead and put the pressure on their opponents constantly, but in that case, maybe sticking to A would have been better, would have afforded you closer angles where you could really play your SMGs and do damage. Because at those distances, you see, you know, if you're facing a rifle, you're not going to be able to do too much beyond, you know, the like 5 to 10 meter range.
Good, they're heading again towards A. They made it happen last round. Oh well, they might back out a little bit here. A lot of utility has been used already by Fours to keep them well out of there, but this time they do have the weapons to be able to stave off those attacks. So Guild, they're playing it a little slower. They're going to send that Al drone in, and it's going to tag up Coffee. We'll have to back up a little bit there with the operator. I don't think... Well, unless... You know what? Leo might have absolutely incredible eyes and did see exactly what weapon he was holding. You never know from that distance, so... Well, they are heading towards A. Maybe he did see that operator in his hands, and they're a bit scared of that.
Somebody's gone to their optometrist. I'm very proud of them. It's definitely something that you got to be looking out for. And Again is checking, making sure this is the perfect moment for Gil to start pushing in. They know that they have manpower advantage, and Yassine just taking the time. He gets one, and they keep on pushing the smokes. Sugetsu in a great spot.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, Sugetsu takes up the location where his friend died, and he'll take one pick onto Yassine. He'll have to back up, though, straight into the snake bite, and there's so much utility being used by Guild here to push him out of position. He won't find another head, trying to side strafe around that Leo and Drake, and they're going to take down Sugetsu and Zeddy, and now it's just Coffee left with the operator. In CT here, it's like a game of Clue. He's coming around, and he won't find the legs of Leo. Maybe, did he actually shoot them? No, that's not enough damage for a leg, I don't think. But Leo does find that pick, and I'll make it match point now.
Very well done. And this is where you buy up all that you've got, and you can see for fours, they don't have much to work. You know, the only way for them to buy up a rifle is to go for light shield. That's the only artist that you can do it, or that can do it. So, not the best situations versus the heavy investment that happened in the last round. 2 players still remaining on B as the A push was happening, and it took a while to actually, work out for Guild. It was too slow on the rotation. That's a problem that we saw overall in Icebox here for fours, and looks like they're committing directly onto A. This might be a better spot for them if they can keep slowing down their opponents by using the breach and all the youth has got with them.
Well, Zeddy looking for first contact as he comes around the corner, but Yassine, he'll find the pick before getting stunned up. The flash is going to keep back the Force players, and Leo finds another onto Huggy on now. They can get in towards site, get that spike down. It's already a 5v3 at this match point. The lockdown is available here for Force, but they need to use it quickly if they want to get anything done, and the players are still rotating round from B.
They're showing off, and it doesn't work out. Maybe for him. Oh, tag here, Sugetsu. And ults are being used, all forced back between the 2 ultimates that are used, and at least the lockdown here might be the perfect thing for Sugetsu. This is how these walls just end up working well for the Killjoy in this case. It's 1 kill each, and Coffee unfortunately peeking at the wrong time. That's it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it was a good choice to use that lockdown right after the Hunter's Fury was used. Obviously, Hunter's Fury is one of those abilities that is going to be able to get that lockdown at the end of a game. But, well, in the end, not quite enough. There were so many ults available for the Guild side, so much utility that they could just knock out all the players, and didn't matter what was going to happen. The firepower was just so much. Guild, I mean, they show us what they're made of with a 13-4 victory to start things off. That's pretty impressive.
Like I said, this is kind of the oddity, because I know this is what every single analyst likes to do, which obviously makes a lot of sense. You go in, you check the map percentages, you see how many times a certain map has been played, what compositions have been used, and which players are on those different agents. And in this case, it really is Force that had the advantage. I mean, they played Icebox on its own over twice as many times than Guild has. Not with this same lineup that we saw today with the breach on it, but still a similar lineup, or the usual meta lineups on here. And percentage wise on win rates, Force has had a much easier time on it. 60% on attack, 54% on defense. That is pretty darn impressive versus the 56 and 41 on defense in the 11 times that Icebox was played in total by Guild in their history. It's definitely an advantage for them, but I think the way to describe it is Force had just warmed up. They had a few rounds, especially in the second half, but it's going to take them a moment to warm up. Maybe Icebox is the perfect place to do it. We'll see how they're able to do on map 2, because we do have our second one, and it's Haven. So yeah, potentially could work out.
Yeah, this is Force's pick. Obviously, Guild picked Icebox that time, so they were obviously quite happy with their the way they were playing that one, and well, it worked out. 13-4 now. Force is going to be able to pick Haven here, and I don't have any stats on Force on Haven.
I do
right in front of me right now, but there we go. Yes, I was hoping you would come to my rescue there.
This is why I'm the color caster here. 61% for attack on Haven. I mean, actually, Force and Guild have played it almost exactly the same amount of times. 45 for Guild, 46 for Force. It's a total 76% win rate for fours, 73 for guilds. So they're actually very equal on this map. 61 attacking percent and 59 defense win percentage for fours on the map, which is, you know, very comparable to guild that have a 57 and 58% win rate on attack defense respectively. So they are very equal, which is why when we saw the map bans, I'm like, maybe I was expecting Haven as, you know, a decider or map 1, but we get to see it here as a second map. Honestly, if Force don't step up, I can see Guild running away with this 2-0, no problem. It's just, was Icebox just a warm-up?
Yeah, well, we'll see in just a second. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we get into the Asian Select for the second map. Don't go anywhere, though. This game is shaping up to be absolutely brilliant. We'll see you in a bit. EMEA playoffs B stream. Well, it's map 2 and Guild. They've taken the first map, but it's still all to play for. Fords, they can still try and take this one back on their own map pick, Haven. We're just heading into Asian Select here. We're straight into the game, and well, some interesting picks already.
Really wasting no time at all for this. There's still a breach, so woohoo, we're going to still see Leo this time on him. So very excited to see how things go on Haven here. And you know what? Both teams, like I mentioned before we went to break, are very equal in times played on Haven, like the amount of times that the map has actually been played, their overall win rates on it, and if we're looking at just pure agent selection, there is a slight different, but overall their usual composition is, Breach, Cypher, Omen, Raze, Sova, that sort of composition. So they're changing a bit, but it's nothing really out of the ordinary. I think having the Astra on is definitely great to see, but I am quite curious to see how fours get to use not just the Astra, but also the Sky, whether at the same time. I think you can still do a lot of work with Sky's entry nowadays. It's super cool to see.
Yeah. We're just having a quick technical pause, sorry. One of the games has crashed, so we're just waiting for that to come back up. But yeah, I agree with that. I've always loved Astra on these, especially on Haven, over the Omen. I do love a bit of Omen, but I feel like, for me, he's always been that solo queue player, he's got a lot of that controller utility, but at the same time, it's so much easier to make those team plays happen and, pull people into other abilities when you're using all of the, varied utility that Astra has. So I do enjoy seeing an Astra, especially in pro play. Very different kind of picks in terms of how you want to control the map for both teams. Force, they're going for that double controller, whereas Guild, they're going for that breach, and they're trying to push stuff forward. Well, as well as that Raze. I mean, Raze is a massive way of making stuff happen. Obviously, no duelist on the side of fours is a old choice, but we're seeing that happen a lot more often in
you
stage
could
3,
argue Sky is kind of the duelist in this case as well, right? Just because of how much easier it is than what it was earlier in the summer or end of spring, where it was more difficult for her to kind of swap between the ability and the rifle. Hello, how you guys doing? We're back on here, as Twig was saying. We are waiting for our lobby to be recreated, one player out of crash. So it's kind of perfect timing for us to talk about some things that are a bit underrated. I mean, you talked about the Astra, you talked specifically about her abilities. I think Gravity Well is still underplayed for the amount of work that it can do. And on a map like Haven, I think it's really good to pull people out of power positions. And in general, it's just really strong to use. So I'm hoping for it. And the most important thing is something that you mentioned very clearly. It's also about setting up for team pushes and team play, because you can kind of play the top-down strategy game where you're going to pull that and you can see, okay, exactly how we're going to plan through this, and then just execute when you want to make that final decision. And that's something that I love seeing on Astra. Of course, there's a lot of micromanagement for you to do as an Astra player, but if you're good at that, it really will show when it comes to clean executions in game.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen on maps like Bind, maps like Haven, maps on Split, like where you've got all of these tight choke points to push in through, that you see an Astra Gravity Well go out, and then suddenly there's a paint grenade in the middle of it, or there's a Hunter's Fury in the middle of it, and you catch 1-2 players and stop that dead in its tracks. And it can make these massive entries happen. You get so many opening picks off the back of it, and I just personally love seeing Astra plays happen, because it's such a beautiful way of playing the game, where you're not using, you're supposed to kill people with the gunplay. But with the utility, sometimes you can just make these beautiful things happen, and maybe you are killing people directly with the utility, but at the same time, it is just a great way of playing the game, I think. So, well, different teams have different ways they like to play, and we do see Omen quite a lot, especially after the Astra nerfs, the Omen buffs coming into patch 3. But in this time, we're seeing both teams do Astra, and here we go, back into the game. We'll see both teams come back into the action. There we go.
All right. Everybody's having fun. It's a grand old time. Who doesn't like that, huh? A lot of fun, and everybody's gonna chilling about. Even shotguns are being bought up for funsies. Hey, we're back in the lobby. It's great to see. So, how will this go for forwards or on the attacking side for this? If you look at just pure numbers, they're able to win 61% of their attacking rounds on Haven. So, it's pretty darn impressive. I'm curious to see how it goes.
Well, again, playing it relatively slowly. They're playing for that a little bit of mid-control. And you can see the stars have already gone out from the Astra players on both sides. Looks like Guild, they're looking for that mid-control, that garage control with the stars, whereas you can see one on the A-link there from the Forza side. So it may be going for a mid-push, trying to push them through there, or maybe just stopping them and faking them on B while they push A. Well, it looks like they're doing. Zeddy, he's going to head up the charge here, where he'll be met immediately by one of the Guild players right around this corner, Leo, with the breach. Shoulder peeking, shoulder peeking, shoulder peeking. Nobody's there? Nobody? Nothing? Okay, well, looks like Force, they're going to head back. Oh no, here we go. There we go. It's just a slow play. They're biding their time.
Well, you got to be really good at just constantly hovering your A and B key for this one. And again, it's going in. He's trying to check if there's anybody around that B site, and smokes have already gone through with the Astra, of course. The preparation that has come down with the Nebulas. And it seems like the push might happen, but no, it's split and they're going to A.
Oh, well, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Artist chose to push forward and try his luck on site, but Yassine is there with the quick headshot to make sure he doesn't go anywhere. Meanwhile, the rest of the players, they're going to head over towards B, try and get that spike down, but it looks like Guild, they're ready for this one. Oh, Zeddy has caught Draken in the astral form there, and he'll take him out. As Bonko tries to move into B with the help of his friends. Yassine will get taken down immediately by Sugetsu. Coffee, oh my god, Leo with a one-tap onto two players. Sugetsu and Huggy on a down now, and there's only two players left on the Forza side. Guild, they're trying to push him out of position, but that's an immediate start as Coffee, he moves around the back. Zeddy trying to just play for time, moving all the way around here. 12 HP left on Coffee. Zeddy will be taken down, and it's Bongar who's going to get half of the defuse. Turning around the corner, Coffee can't find the first shot, and Leo comes to the rescue. Guild somehow snatch victory from the Xorza defeat in the first round of the game.
Dude, Leo, just take it. Absolutely incredible. From the 2K right click to then the follow-up. Perfect from the Sova. Just go for it. At least go for the half defuse. I'm really glad that the mechanic of a half defuse exists in the game. Not gonna lie, I think it really makes these retakes so much cooler to see. And in general, that was just beautiful to see from Guild. And because of how close it was, and because the spike was already planted, it will force a buy out from fours. Because of the amount of corners also that you have here on Haven, you can just do so much work with those SMGs, so not surprising.
Heading forward now, and they're looking for that entry. Once again, playing it slowly. They forced up this round. Got some Stingers in hand, got some Spectres in hand as well, and they're going to head over towards B this time, make a little bit more of a proper effort towards there to begin with, instead of backing out of A and then going in as a last chance effort. But it's slow once again. Losing this round for fours would be absolutely devastating. Going back to that low economy. Some stars, they heard out, and they're gonna push the Guild players out of there. Zeddy, he's already been caught in that trap wire, and safe, almost finding the head of Coffee there, but they move in, and they've got the spike down at the very least.
Oh, good timing there, and the gravity wall really pushing people back. Coffee taking a bit of damage, but he heals up quick. Oh, unable to use the explosive pack. Force will be forced for just a bit. Yeah, just enough for them to get that down.
You can see the Guild players just making sure no flanks are coming through from the Forza players, and now that they've cleared both C and A, they can head over towards B as a pack. Bongar, he'll come in first onto Zeddy, but in the meantime, Coffee's found Leo. Safe comes through, round the corner onto Huggion with that spray through the wall, and they'll find him. It's down to a 3v3 now. They try and push the players out, but the sprays through the smokes are going to find a lot of players here, so get to with the first. And it's just two Guild players left trying to hold this down. Coffee in the corner will take down Bonkar, and it's just Draken left who has to try and get all of this control back towards himself. And the lineups are coming out. The snake bites from window are just going to keep him well away from there, and it looks like he's going to be losing this Phantom. Oh, it's not a Phantom. I'm not sure what I was looking at there, but Sugetsu, he'll take him down. And, well, it's a good force round from Force.
I see what you did there. I see it.
Good with those.
Very impressive.
Gotta get that wit out.
Honestly, that was a hell of a run. I was thinking in my head, like, okay, Fours planted in the perfect position. It's very open for them, but they were still running mostly SMGs. So maybe at a certain distance with a certain blocks, it will be difficult for them to deal with a retake. Maybe planting, closer to long might have helped, but in that case, it was very well done. Winning out gunfights, sitting in Bunny, that was great to see, to cut off that Sova from really doing too much work. That was just overall great play from Force, realizing what's happening very early on. It seems like they've warmed up after Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, in case you're just tuning in, this is their map pick fours. Haven, after losing Icebox 13-4, they're looking to bring it back to that 1-1 scoreline. Leo, and he goes for that shoulder peek once again, and he'll tag up Artist with the fault line, but no follow-up with those paint grenades is going to be found as Fours, they head back over towards mid, and they're going to look once again towards that B take. It's something you don't actually see too often in Haven, but it seems like Fours, it's their bread and butter as they move in. They're going to wall off A link. Not going to be broken immediately. They're going to just get that down to low XP with the knife, and Coffee now has something else to be worried about as a shock dart does a lot of damage to two players. Huggion, he'll get the heal towards himself, but it's still a 5v5 now, and Fours there on the lower HP.
And this is the same strategy that Fords have been implementing over the past couple of rounds. Just go in, plant, fall back, play through window, through grass, through headshot. That's kind of the best thing that you can do. Fuse popped here for just a moment. It's going to bait Coffee in. Smoke dissipates, and he's pushed up, but good defense from Zeddy. Coffee gets another one for himself. It's all going up Force.
Oh man, Zeddy with the shot to the temple. Safe will find one pick onto Huggion, but Zeddy will just swipe out the legs of Leo and clean up the rest. And it's a second round to Fours, and they've done well to keep that economy going off of that force. Now they can really think about what they want to do for the next few rounds. But Guild, they will be able to buy up this time.
Finally. So Fours, how long can they keep getting away with this? You know, they just can't keep getting away with it. Every single time, this. I feel like I'm a Hassan Nabi chatter at this point. Like, you can't keep getting away with it. That's exactly what's happening. They do the same thing. Go plant and then just, fall back. They're going to be able to hold on to it. Operator's going to come out from Huggion, and it's always that early peek into A long to see, okay, can we find anybody? Is there anybody through EMEA and sewers? If not, we'll redirect, we'll grab some info, and then, go on site. The Cypher, I fear, for Guild is not doing much yet, so something to consider.
Yeah, the Cypher does really help when you're playing against a team with duelists, but Fours, they're not playing any duelists, so it's a difficult situation now, as Cypher really is just going to be watching that flank, which you'd consider Killjoy a little better for, so maybe it's just a pick that didn't quite work out because of what Fours are playing on their side. The no duelist isn't something that you see too often. You're going to, quite a lot of the time, see something like a Wraith, something like a Jet, something like a Phoenix on Haven, which is great when you've got that Cypher, because you can keep them from doing any flanks, you can keep them from pushing in too quickly, but when you're playing against a team with no duelists whatsoever, well, limited returns, I would say. Diminishing returns, even. As Fours are going to head over towards A, looking for a pick. Huggion just clips the hairline of Bonkar and won't find the pick there. They're going to be able to get away from that. But they're going to head in towards B once again. Call them a one-trick pony. Maybe they just like B. Well, out comes the Rolling Thunder to try and keep them away. That's going to gain some time for Guild. And now with only 17 seconds left, it looks like Fours, they're going to head over towards A. The spray from Leo and Yassine. They'll find 3 for themselves. There's only 10 seconds left. And Huggion needs to try and save this operator. It's just Coffee left over towards B to try and clean up any kills he can. But Safe is there with the headshot, and that'll be the round. Huggion manages to save the operator, but that's about all she wrote for them.
I appreciate it from Force, realizing, okay, we went on to B, but I think their rotation with sewers onto A, even though there wasn't much time, but they could have made it happen, it's just unfortunate because B was pretty much clear. You're calling, one-trick pony and all. Fair enough. If you can make it happen, so be it. And in that case, they could have. They didn't. They thought, okay, well, we poked and prodded at A, and maybe this is the time for us to go for it. But Guild just rotated immediately onto A. They knew what's happening, and they knew that they could take advantage of all of that. on their own. So, aggressive to see. Gonna be used. Trap wire here. Safe. Can he find somebody at the window? No, he cannot. He's gonna be forced back. And looking like a playthrough B again. But maybe no, a spot to C. Let's go.
And the Trailblazer has already taken down that first trapwire in Garage now, which gives them a little bit of info and a little bit of space that they can work with. Pushes Guild out of that position. Now they can head over towards C, and it's only Draken on site who sets up that first smoke. And, well, that is difficult. Yeah, deciding not to stay in the corner there. It's a difficult position to be in, especially when you're playing against something like a Raze, but he is going to be detained. The rest of the players bodyguard around him to try and keep him from getting pushed out, and out comes the Cosmic Divide as well from Force to give them some space to work with. Don't come in my room, I'm playing VALORANT. Well, out comes the, wow, they're using everything. The Seekers come out as well, they're just going to be destroyed immediately after turning around the corner. Well, Guild now just waiting for the Cosmic Divide to dissipate.
So what they can do with this one, Yassine with a quick boost up and going for the showstopper. Can he get one around the corner? Yes, he can. Very well done on Artist. And another one for Yassine for the 3K. Goes in for the retake. Really well done. Incredible from Yassine and the squad. That's what you want to see. And like you said, that read was so good from the Raze. Excellent. 5 HP,
yeah,
man.
I did think he was actually going to commit suicide with that paint grenade at the end, but no, in the end, great read to kill Artist there. That was he gets around the corner. Yassine will take down that kill, and I mean, it gets the defuse. Bold to go for the defuse when you know your own paint grenade is right behind you, but fair enough.
So, how does this go here? 3 rounds for Yo. We expected, looking at the history of these two teams, for them to be fairly close. So, here's C, picking up as much util again, Zeddy here, as it looks like the conga line to B is being prepped. Didn't work on A, didn't work on C. There's one alternative, isn't there, Twiggy?
There is, absolutely. Well, they follow the leader in, and Zeddy just gets domed through the smoke by Leo, so maybe the alternative didn't quite work out for them. The Aftershock is going to push Coffee back as well. Now they've lost a player, and for what? Absolutely nothing. No map control whatsoever. The Trailblazer goes through. They put down the wall. They're going to make it happen either way. Out comes the Resurrection, but the paint grenade, that's going to find Coffee pretty easily. Not quite.
Oh, let's go.
Still alive and backed into the corner. They do find one pick for themselves as well. It's down to a 5v4 and not in the direction we were seeing earlier. The bomb buddy will go through, and that's going to push Coffee well out of position, but look at that. Vault line is going to do a lot of damage, but Artist is coming through from Garage there. He'll find one pick onto Leo, and now they have C open for themselves as well. He'll find another onto Yassine, and they can move through in this 5v2. Make the plant happen. Draken's in the corner. He'll find 1 and 2. Looking for the third. Soigetsu will clean it up. It's just Bunkar left in this 1v3, and Zeddy comes through from behind. He'll take that kill, and it's a clean round from Forza.
I'll give him that. That was an incredible hold. Just making sure that you can lock down C as long as possible. It's just Artist that really lived up to his name. Nobody expected him to come in through Garage into ceiling. Shut down the Sova at the end, and 2 players before that as well that were just kind of hanging around, making sure nobody pokes it into B. Flank Watch was not there, and you're thinking, wait a second, Guild have a Cypher. There's specific roles that are meant for all of this, and unfortunately in that case, nothing good out of it. I like the fact that there was a gravity well opened up in the back, but Yassine, doesn't matter, he's going to take down his opponent, the Astra, on the opposite end, and Guild look good with the entry.
Yeah, somehow Bonker isn't tagged up by the Trailblazer there. I don't think it quite reached him before it ran out of juice, as it were. Sky juice, but safe. He'll come around the corner with the first pick onto Artist. Maybe that Cypher isn't the best pick, but he can still gunplay with the best of them, and he'll find that first one, making it 5-3. Out comes the Neural Theft as well, and that'll, well, tell him exactly where they are. The spray through the door does a tiny bit of damage, I think, but not enough to make a massive difference. Doesn't really matter. Force, they're already down to 3 members and having to make something happen. Trying to get through either to B or to Garage. Looks like they're going to head over towards B.
So, again, setting up for the flash around the corner. A very long one is going to pull Yassine back. Very well done. Second flash as well. As they go for the slow and the wall, trying to open up. Oh, the boom bot who gets him, Leo! Oh, that was so good from Yassine. Another one for him. Oh my god, that was so good. So good. Could we get a slow-mo replay of how the boom bot went in and they opened it up perfectly for it to go in and save the day? That was so good.
Oh, you look in the dictionary and go to E, look for explosive, and that's exactly what you will see in the description. Just this play. Out comes the aftershock from Leo. It'll find one pick. Safe finds another. Yassine jumps up with the blast back and will find Sugetsu as well. And it's that is just milliseconds from well, Force having control somewhat of the round, and then suddenly just nothing. Their hands are empty. The sand has slipped through their fingers, and it's just gone. Guild, they make it their advantage. One round in their hands now, and they can buy up, whereas Force, they can't.
Chef's kiss for the retake there. Very well done. So, how does it go here for Guild in the round? Yassine is forced back just a bit here. He's got Walker as well in support, and there it is. That's the opener that you're looking for. The Sage has been taken down. Huggian has also taken quite a bit of damage himself. No way to heal back up. And the important thing, like we said, is that entry.
Yeah, manages to get away with his life. Only on 40 HP, but it's good enough. A life is a life, and that's an extra weapon. Yassine, he'll find the first pick onto Zed. He knows he can't turn around the corner without the help of the breach, but there is the fault line to get him some position, get him around the corner. He'll find another head as well onto Soigetsu. Artist is there with the trade, but, well, one casualty. That's not going to bother Guild too much, as there's only 2 players left on the Force side. As long as they stop that plant from going down, they're looking pretty happy. And there comes the Hawk. He's going to push Bonkai around the corner, but out comes a shock dart to keep him away from the site. And, well, what can Force do in this situation? Out comes the Trailblazer to try and find out where they are. Bonkai is going to be found by it, but Leo is just around the corner. He'll find the first and the second and stop them from getting anything out of that round.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Getting, I mean, that... The shock dart from Sova was perfectly played. Back for just a bit. Always have to watch out. Nobody knew where Leo was in that moment. So, kind of came out of a long, you know, hey, we went through sewers into box. I'm going to be able to deal with you, no problem. You're not going to be able to get on. Hey, the flash from the... who's playing? The Huggian in this case, and the Sky did not really help in that case. Couldn't really flash Sova in the back, so okay. It happens. Can't really let it go. The showstopper's out, and he gets away.
How does he get Huggy
no
on there?
way.
No, he gets away with his life too. Somehow, all the utility that was being used is not enough to stop Yassine from coming in. Just all the way in. Coffee will find Drake in there, but it's, well, one pick out of a lot of utility use, and somehow Draken is still alive. Artist finds Leo. They get in towards sight now, but out comes the Viper's Pit. That's a good choice to get them as much positional advantage as possible. They don't want to give away anything in this round whatsoever. Yassine's in the middle of it. He comes around the corner. Artist is quick with the headshot to keep him away, and there's only 2 players left on the Guild side. As Bonkar is right here. He'll find the head of Artist. Down goes the Viper's Pit. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team, they're heading towards A.
Indeed, they are. And now with the split happening, the question is on Guild's mind: do we go or not? There's already been, you know, ultimates have been committed to it. Astro going in for her own cosmic divide, and you're thinking, you know what? Maybe we should just not do anything about this. But Guild are pretty comfortable with where they are. They're going to be waiting around, and Saif has already collected a bit of information with his own hand. He's going to go through the wall, and he's going to give away his position for just a bit.
Revealing
First ready. Going in. Check through into hell, but he's... Oh, no. Cannot move. Instantly tagged by Zeddy. And the round looks bleak.
One down.
Well, Safe, he's brought one back. He's got that first kill, and he knows the rest of the players, they're over towards hell. He got that call out from his teammate, but there's not much time left. All he can get is exit. Soigetsu will find the head first, and it's made it 5-4 at the cost of maybe a life hit. Will they get out of range? Well, the timer will end just about. It's a close one, but well, it worked out well for Forza then.
Worked out well for them. They're close to evening things out here between them and Guild. And you know, I'm kind of surprised that they got away with it on A the way that they did. Yassine got way too aggressive. I mean, the showstopper looked great, but maybe getting too aggressive in that position was not the right play. If it's down to very low HP, you have to deal with the Viper solo on C where you're left with 1 health. You know, you gotta look at it from the macro point of view of the map rather than in the map itself, and just the individual gunfights. And in the end, those gunfights, they still went Force's way.
Yeah, well.
I've got your
Force,
trail.
they're actually going to head over towards B and C a bit here. You can see the Seekers have been used to try and clear out B, try and find how many people are on either side of the map. It's a good place to use it. Right in the middle of the map, finds out exactly where everyone is distributed. Which is actually going to find out that there are 3 players over towards A. Maybe just let them in towards C here. Drake, and again, is at back of sight. They haven't found him out just yet. He'll spray down one, and he'll find Zeddy somehow, even though they all know his position. The Hawk is going to flash him up, and Huggion will find the pick in the end, but he's done a lot of damage and made it that 4v4 just about in Guild's favor. They need to get the spike down. And there goes the lockdown to, oh, it's going to fake them out of there. They're going to get out, and the Rolling Thunder has been committed now to get them in towards sight. Bonkar, with the aggression, is actually going to find out that they're not planting. But the picks coming through from Yassine on the flank is going to make it down to a 3v2. They're actually going to head back towards C. And Yassine, he is right round the corner waiting for that.
Yassine has done so much work. I mean, I was talking about last round where going for that aggressive showstopper was not the biggest aids. Here, just moving around, doing the work, watching the flank, and the 2 collected by Bonkar. How do you say it in British? It's bonkers.
Bonkar is bonkers, absolutely.
He is honestly impressive play, and you mentioned it instantly. Like, you know what? He's sitting in the perfect position around the C corner from C long. He can do work. And he did.
Yeah. Well, not much the rest of the players can do that. You could see they were actually shooting at the, I think that was the Cypher cam right up in the corner. Safe using his utility to good use with that distraction ability.
Toxins going up.
Well, Fours now cannot buy into this next round. They've already, well, in quotation marks, lost the half, having lost 6 rounds at this point. They cannot win the half. Can only draw it. They're going to head towards B, where it's worked out for them before, but Draken has found the first pick already on C long. Leo, he's towards back of sight here. Can he find a pick? He'll find the back of Zeddy's head and try and spray down to get through the wall, but Yassine is cleaning them up in the end, and Bonkar finds a shot dart to make it a flawless round, and 7-4 in the half to Guild.
Last round before the switch.
Absolutely incredible. 7 on their defense for Guild. Looking really good to take this one home. Now, on Haven, their win percentage on defense is 58%. It is pretty impressive, but it is actually pretty much equal to what 4s usually do, 59% on their side. So, you know, an 8-4 is looking real good for Guild. 7-5 means that 4s can really equalize this and do this the same way on their own defensive half come, you know, this second side. So, still up in the air. This is a map that 4s picked, but very equal statistically speaking between the 2 squads.
Yeah, well, again, they're heading over towards that B. Maybe a C split coming out here as they congregate around Garage. Their safe is going to be found out, but he gets away with his life just about. Going through the Viper's wall, he gets taken down to 33, but obviously that toxic effect goes away. Back up to 63 HP. Well, maybe not quite what you'd want, but it's a life at the very least, and Force, the onus is still on them to push in. The spray from Leo won't actually find too much of any hit whatsoever on Zeddy, and Sugetsu finds ahead of Yassine. We've given them full control of B. Zeddy, nobody is there to get that pick, and Safe comes round from the back. This might actually come up massive as they re-push in towards B, but he sprays through the smoke, giving away his position, and Huggion now knows exactly where he is, so he can't actually push any further in. And Huggion finds the head as well. This round has gone completely in Force's favor.
They've even committed an actual cosmic divide for this one here, so it's economically speaking for Guild and a Hunter's Fury. There's nothing to be found on the other side, as Bonkar is expecting aggression from his opponents, but he's gonna get none of it here. And 4s are gonna be very content with grabbing a 5th round on the board. That's exactly what they were looking for. Flash around the corner. Bonkar, you know, you gotta do something in this case. You know, you can't save it to the next round, now can you?
No, that is unfortunate. Goodbye, Odin. It's been nice knowing you. Artist
Fire
will
away!
look for this last pick. Here we go. Can he find one more? There we
Let's
go. That's the Viking send-off we want. Ah, laying on the ground. That'll be it. No more of that Odin. Unfortunate.
Switching sides.
In the oh no, I can't. I cannot. Don't
that?
sing songs. Do not sing songs. It's a bad idea.
What is that song? I didn't quite catch it.
It was
Enemy remains.
oh, I can say the name of it. It was In the Arms of the Angels.
Oh,
You remember that from?
okay.
I think was it from a movie or was it just a really good song? I can't remember.
Probably. I mean, most people will now remember it from montages on YouTube, right?
True, actually, yeah. It's a meme song at this point, isn't it?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
this was so beautiful from Yassine. Honestly, Yassine had some actually incredible moments through this. Very flashy with the way that he's been doing things. And Leo is kind of the solid rock that the team has been relying on. And I'm quite happy to see it. Now, sides have swapped. And like I said before, this could really go either way because both teams are very equal in their side performance on Haven. So
Deploying
pistols
drone.
might actually be more important than
Enemy
you
tag.
may usually lend it importance to.
Yep.
I botched that line, but you know what I'm saying.
We all understood, so it's all
It
good.
happens.
Why say many words when few do trick, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Guild, they're now heading towards C Long with this pistol round, and Artist is just round the corner over there on top of the box, and because he's actually made his way through on B, he actually has found out that, committed a star over towards there as well, so maybe he can send his team back round there. Yep, you can see the rest of the Guild side are actually heading towards B, while the Forza side try and just kind of fill in those gaps and make sure they're not leaving anything untouched at this point.
So there's the trial on B. And are they able to stop Zeddy? Oh, should be able to. Oh, not timed well. Zeddy still gets one. But his refrags all over. Artist coming around. He gets tagged away immediately by Leo. So he gets it with the last two to win it out. Leo and Draken are down. Very well done by Force to really clamp down. You can see on the minimap how they were doing this here. You know, they pulled Guild in to their comfort on B and then slowly tightened the grip and then got aggressive against them as Guild were so busy trying to get that spike down. Very well done.
Absolutely was. I mean, the kill feed was red and blue and red and blue and red and blue, but in the end went in the favor of Forz. They just pushed through too quickly for Guild to deal with. Well, now they can buy up into this round. Doesn't look like Guild, they're going for a force this time, so they can quite happily sit back and just try and bonus their way into a couple of kills. That's a lot of damage done with the Spectre from long range through the smoke, and puts them all down to quite low HP there. You can see 3 players well below armor level. Guild, they're heading towards A this time. Here comes the Owl drone to find out if anybody's close around the corner, because that could be the downfall of them.
So, who can be tagged? No one. So, just making sure that there's nobody at the back of A long. Nobody can really go for some cheeky plays as you're very focused on A itself. Viper wall is in. Sev's going to move up through into sewers. And there's a flash that comes out from the Sky of Hagian, but this is the kind of the perfect range for him with that SMG to pull people down to the floor as they get out of sewers.
Slow and methodical here. Now comes the fault line, and that'll hit up Hagion, and look at that, the paint grenade will put him down to low HP as well, but Coffee is ready for the push of Yassine. He'll take him down, and only 30 seconds left as Guild have to make something happen. Zeddy is going to dome Drake, and they're trying to get in. There's the Astras going at each other's throats, and the last 3 players know now that they're coming into the full force of Force. And Hagion and Zeddy spray down Bonkar and Leo to make it just safe. Can he find one pick? Not at all. It's a flawless round from Force.
So very well done. And now it equalizes the scoreline. Finally, we get to see it. 7-7 between the two here. And like I said, both teams are equally as powerful on their defense as they are on their attack, really, and to one another. So it could really swing one side or the other very quickly. Now, full SMGs, all Spectres on the Forest side, which honestly works out well. I think if there is a map where you could really get away with SMGs on a rifle buy, it is Haven, just because of how blocky things end up being, where you could force up close conflicts.
Yeah.
And I like
Yeah.
you know, saving up a bit of cast through.
Yeah, in the end, the only difference that's going to be made is that headshot percentage in terms of making those SMGs work against the rifles at this point, because you're not pushing up any long ranges, especially as defense. So unless Guild forces out those fights, it's going to be difficult not to have those close range engagements. In which case, Guild, they really need to be aiming for the head, get those kills down quickly before Fours can find, you know, the 5-6 shots it takes to take them down. Yassine has already pushed up well into Garage here, and he's just waiting for a push from a Foz player, and there are two right round the corner. Will they actually go for this? Look, you can see them coming in, and he doesn't find the flick, but he does find the head of Artist. Zeddy is there with the trade. And a 4v4, that's actually great for Foz. That's exactly what they wanted at this point, and they've regained control of Garage as the rest of the players, they move in towards C Long. The fault line is going to tag up Soigetsu here, so he's stunned up on sight now. The flash as well, and can he find a pick? Soigetsu, he's right inside the smoke, and he comes around the corner. They're all flashed up. The Safe will find the head, maybe a bit of luck, but mostly a bit of skill as he finds that one Draken. He'll find Coffee, and the spray down from Leo finds the head of Draken as well. Well, everything just going on all at once, but in the end, all you need to know, 3 players left on the Guild side, none left on the Force side.
They usually how the math checks out. I can confirm there from an analyst point of view. 100% you are correct. And it worked out well. Honestly, I was really expecting the Killjoy to really come into her own on the defense for Force, but in the end, Guild really got it through. They pushed through. They had the opening that they really needed, and Yassine again setting himself up in a great position through window, getting a kill when it was really not expected, and then doubling up on that afterwards. It's an opening that you really want to, despite how costly it was.
Absolutely. Well, Bulls are feeling pretty happy with themselves anyway. They can buy up into this round and at the very least try and stave off the Guild attack at this point. Yassine has pushed all the way into, well, sewer, short, whatever you want to call it at this point. You can see that the Viper wall is right there, so it's going to make a push difficult, but out comes the Trailblazer right into the Owl Drone. Jumps at the Owl Drone, and that's actually going to stun up the Owl Drone, which is kind of great, actually. Can't get it any further. Out comes a lot of utility onto Zeddy, going to take him down to 73 HP, but the stuns in turn is actually going to find Safe, and Yassine is also stunned up in the corner. Leo will find Coffee, but Huggion has already found Yassine at this point. It's a 3v4. Zeddy's quick with a headshot onto Leo, and it's made it difficult for Guild to find anything now, as Bunker is just watching the flank, making sure nobody's coming in, but his timing on that is a bit unfortunate because Soigetsu is actually coming in from behind. Maybe Draken will be able to find the pick. Coming back round here as they head over towards
left.
B.
Soigetsu. And they're gonna go through sewers onto A. They have a Viper to deal with. That's a lot of dedication to come in from the Astra with it, and still nothing to be found through that Cosmic Divide. Not a fun time in GL, not gonna lie there. There's one, there's two. Easy 2 kills, and even then, it was gonna happen on the flank regardless of the Killjoy coming around. 4 is just completely locked down Guild in this and tied up again, 8-8.
Yeah, so far they have not lost a round where they haven't been at an economic disadvantage, so looking quite decent on this defensive half on their own map pick. Probably feeling pretty good about that so far, but they do still need to clean it out. 5 rounds will win them the game, but Guild, they're still at no deficit whatsoever on the round side of things. They need to just hold on to what they've got. Seemed like they were a lot more comfortable on the defense, but we'll see exactly. We haven't exactly seen all of Guild's, all of their hand. They might still have something up their sleeve at this point. The recon dart is going to go in towards Garage, and they break the door as well, try and get them in. This is where Soigetsu is waiting. Oh, and the spray through the wall is actually going to find Bunker almost down to 0 HP, but it'll kill Yassine in the meantime as well. So that's actually Guild. Massive disadvantage. Huggion finds Draken as well through the door gap there, and with Bunker on low HP and Leo just round the corner, there's nowhere they can go whatsoever. One player moves in over towards B. The Trailblazer, I'll find out where they are. Only one. Leo is going to be sprayed down through the door there. Nope, not quite going to find anything, and it slows down once again as Guild. They have to think about what they want to do now.
You gotta be careful. Running out of ammo at some point is a distinct possibility in this case. And push back again. He's gonna be stunned, and Saif finds the headshot onto Soigetsu. Suddenly, this position that was almost untakeable for Guild has been pushed back and finally relieved, but at what cost? Look at the time! There's 32 seconds left, and they have to still make
30
that
seconds
decision.
left.
They might just go through on to see through that garage connector, and that seems to be the case. But Artist is looking, and he's waiting, and he's tagged down to 40. This could look like a plant.
Wow, I mean, a situation which was looking like a chokehold on Guild is now, they've pried their hands off and they've managed to get themselves back in. They've got the spike down, and actually, maybe you would call this an advantage. Zeddy will find Bonkar, though, who was on very low HP to begin with, but safe with 2 quick headshots. Zeddy is going to find the trade, and they're holding on to the spike themselves now. Leo doesn't quite find the kill, and Safe gets a trade, but Huggion is there, and I mean, it's not a clean round, but they will finish it out in the end, Foz.
Jeez, mate.
Let's just go with pure numbers. You mentioned it a few rounds ago, you know, 3 players left alive, 0 on the other side. Now it's 2 left alive with 0 on the other side for Fours, and they're able to go in for the spike. Make sure that the round goes Fours' way, and they make it 9-8. Very close between the two, like we predicted numbers-wise. Numbers, sometimes they lie to you because, you know, it just depends on how you interpret them, but in this case, we expected this to be close between them, and indeed that's what we're getting. Now, full rifles for Guild in this one. Operator has been pulled for Huggion. Unusual to see this guy on the operator, but I want to see how Huggion, or what Huggion can do with this.
Yeah. Oh, I better not see anybody in chat. Oh, maybe I'll wait after this round. Look, Safe, he's trying to spray down Zeddy, but that's massive. There it is. The gravity well as the nano swarm will get that pick. Leo turning around the corner. A quick headshot onto Zeddy, and Safe sprays down Soigetsu through the wall. Now there's only 3 players left on the Force side, and it's all gone in the favor of Guild. They still have 2 ults left, and there's one. The Neural Theft is going to find out where all 3 of those players are. The Hawk in towards Garage, but there's nobody left in there as they're trying to get control of mid. Huggion with the operator will find Drake, and 1 shot to the chest will finish that off, and the rest of the players, they head over towards A, where nobody is waiting for them just yet.
So well done here. Huggion going for the flick, and he can't really find anybody. He's stunned all the way back. He's going to go up to Heaven and see what he can pull through there. Zep's low on HP, and he's covering through graffiti into yellow. Forcing players back. Very well done. So big commitment here to come out from the breach, and Bonkar
Found them.
Can he spot anybody? Yes, he can. It's going to force Huggion back. Decision has been made. Guild fall back. No, they're going to move forward, and Bonkar is going to get 2 for 1 for his own, and Leo on the last one to even it out 9-9, but he's got 4 HP. That was way too close. Way too close.
Yeah. I was going to say last round, as you said, you know, and they get the defuse, right? And, you know, like making sure they can get the defuse at the end of the round. I was going to say, nobody in chat better be saying, oh, yeah, you got to defuse the spike, obviously. That's how you win the round. Have you ever watched NA Valorant? We've had a lot of games go the wrong way because of somebody not defusing the spike with no players left on the opposition team. I'm just saying. We haven't seen it in EU yet, but you never know. I think everybody's capable of that. We'll see. It is the C9 effect. The Hunter's Fury from Bonkar is going to try and drive out some players, and it will find Artist at the back of sight there. In comes the Showstopper from Yassine. And also, that Cosmic Divide. I already made the joke, but Mom, get out of my room. I'm playing Valorant. Yassine, he's going to push right round the door, though. No, he's not going to find any picks with it. -8, -8, -8. There's 4 players left on the Force side. And look at the distribution of Guild here as they get the spike down. They have so much positional advantage waiting for a push from any direction from Force here.
And they're going to get it down so comfortably. Force can't really do anything against them. B was kind of the best shot for Force to say, okay, well, if they push B, then we have the pistols for it. We can really do a lot of work there. But C is just so open, and all that Safe has to do now is just sit in grass and wait for people to walk into him. There it is. That's what he's looking for. It's 1 pick. He can be comfortable with it. Not sure what Force are really saving up at the end of the day here, but really anything is worthwhile. And they're just going to sit back and wait for exit frags. It's coffee here. Got the Astros.
Oh,
are they going to attempt it?
What?
Hello?
Where are we?
Time?
Oh, they're... Well, okay, Coffee, you've already got your ult. I'm not sure why you went in for that one. Zeddy did not have his ult, so that's an extra ult point for him at the very least, but... Was Coffee just there for moral support?
Yes. Why
He doesn't
not?
want him to die alone, yeah. I
It
understand
would be
why
sad
Zeddy was there, I'm just not sure why Coffee was stood there as well.
It would be sad, you know, you're left alone. You just want to have your friend with you to hold your hand. I can see it. I can see it.
If I was Zeddy, I'd want Coffee to be there with me as well. Coffee is a nice... He's a moral support lad.
There you go. I'm more of a tea person myself, but I can see the meaning.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Is Coffee like a... Yeah, it's more like a jittery thing. I don't know. Give you energy. Well... Much energy to be found, but there's a lot of energy on Guild's side as they push over towards mid and Garage, trying to make entryways into C and B. Artist's already down to low HP and they know where he is, but Yassine is getting sprayed down from Lugs there. He'll find one head though, and the heal has gone out towards Artist, so he'll find the head of Yassine before getting put down to 25 HP himself. Bonkar, he has that Bulldog and he'll find the pick onto Artist, but it's only 2 players left on their side. The Trailblazer is going to find out where they are, not quite. Bonkar has to now push forward and give himself some space so that his teammate can plant. All 3 players are in one position. If they push through at the same time, he can just spray him down. The shot from Huggion is just going to go off to his left. The Hawk, that's going to flash him up, so they have to push in and find that kill. And Huggion through the box will find the head of Drake. And it's a decisive way to end out that round, and Force have done well to get it.
Huggion really making it work. I mean, if you're going to play defensive op, this is like trying to explore the reasoning behind the picks, agent-wise and gun-wise for the Sky. Like, okay, you wouldn't always be thinking of Sky as the operator, but in this case, when he's the one that's supposed to kind of get a pick, flash, get out, or like flash, go for a pick, and then get out of there. It works so well. He can do a lot of work solo, and when you leave him alone to hold a site or maybe with one other player close by, there's a lot of work that an effective Sky can do, and in this case, it really worked out well.
Well, Guild, I mean, they've tried to make a lot of different things work, and so far, they've had a difficult time getting more than a couple rounds out of them. Keeping up with the Force side, but they do need to try and edge ahead to get that win. Close out this first game 2-0 and send Force to the lower bracket. Making it happen slow over towards Garage this time, where they have made some space for themselves in the last few rounds. Looks like they might head over towards A to start off this attack.
So, Huggion going in, scouting to see can he find anybody, and he should be able to. He's going to find a whole boatload of people on the other side. A quick tag, and nobody around. The flash just to fall back. Checking sewers real quick. Oh, that was so close, but the wall from the Sage is going to save the day for him, and solidified completely, and the wall also in combination from the Viper. There's a lot being thrown here at Ace Way, and the fights have not actually begun yet, so good time for Force to make a decision and double check it.
Yeah, it looks like Guild, they're going to count their chickens and head back over towards B this time, though. Safety is lurking over here, looking for that pick, trying to keep control of that position. You don't want to give up too much control when you've just taken it. So they get the spike down over towards B, which is going to cause the rest of the players to rotate round. You can see Safe has actually moved up that position, and he'll come from a flank in a second here. But Leo, in the meantime, he's finding head. Zeddy will get the trade, but it's only a 4v4 now, and you can see coming in from behind, but Yassine finds one head. Zeddy with another. Safe and Bonkar, they'll clean it up, and, well, Safe doesn't need to do much more than one kill there.
Well done from Bonkar, holding down the fort in this, and Guild at 11 rounds to the 10. So, how's it go now? Economy-wise, it's pretty broken on the Forest side. They're going to buy up whatever they can. It's at least a few rifles here and there, but even 2 players on the light shields, going for a Ghost, for a Spectre, and, you know, Phantom, a couple Phantoms and a Vandal. Not much to work with, but that is the advantage that you can afford yourself after those backside wins.
Yeah, there we go again. Guild once again moving over towards that garage position, but I mean, every time they've gone over towards garage so far on the attack, it doesn't seem like they actually want to go there. So Getsu is taking an aggressive position over towards Cubby on C long. That might actually catch them off guard if they decide to head over there. Right
No
now
more
it looks like
charges
Guild,
left.
they're trying to go over towards A though, so that won't be much of a problem for them in this case. But it's all about how they keep playing these last few rounds. They've made that 1 round advantage happen, but they do need to close it out, and so far Forza have been great, just stopping the momentum from building up too much for Guild. Let's see, Zeddy will be first contact. No shots fired from either player, but they know they're there now. Zeddy will be pushed back by the shot darts and found out by the recon dart. Spraying through there, he'll find a couple of shots onto Bunkar, but Safe comes around the corner from the other side, and Coffee's there with the trade, but it's a 4v4 now, and that does favor Guild in this scenario. They're going to head back a little bit. Just make sure. There's the res that
30
we were
seconds
waiting
left.
for so long. Now Yassine is in close, but he won't find a head. Coffee there is going massive. He's found 2 with that ghost, as well as getting the res off, so he's the savior of this round at this point. It's made it a 5v3 in the favor of Forza at this point.
There's not much time left here, Twiggy. 15 seconds, and there's been no decision made.
10
Guild
seconds
will
left.
just fall back. Honestly, the res was kind of cash money there. It was really well done to make sure that you know, Guild just fall back and know, okay, we're gonna have to save in this one. We're gonna have to basically take the L and equalize it. And both teams putting themselves so close to match point means that overtime is a very, very distinct possibility. So I would be surprised if we actually get to it, which really works well with the numbers and the statistics that we mentioned earlier. It just seems that the way that Guild are attacking on A, really struggling to get through sewers. And really, it's understandable because it's just one hallway. You're supposed to kind of push in from different angles and constantly keep your opponents on the edge. You know, you have the perfect opportunity for it. You can stun them back. You have the breach for it. But unfortunately, he hasn't been used too well in those situations to give Guild the advantage.
Yassine has afforded himself a lot of positional advantage here, and he'll break down the wall very quickly, which means that, well, Force quite understandably have backed up and are going for the retake. Again, it's an explosive push from Guild. This time on the attacker's side. Yassine is going for a bit of a lineup here. Let's see. Oh, let's see this one. That is an interesting position. Where is he going to try and pack? Oh, it's ready for the lockdown. I can see that now. He's looking for that default lockdown position, and he's going to try and break it with one blast pack. That'll be an interesting one, and it does look like Forza, they're going to be ready to use that. In comes Sugetsu. Let's see. No, not gonna put down the lockdown. So, oh, there it is. It's in a different position. We're putting up in heaven. That means the Hunter's Fury is going to need to be used instead, and they'll break that pretty quickly. Very nice. Setting in the meantime. What is that from Bonko? He finds 2 with the Hunter's Fury after breaking that lockdown. Safe finds Sugetsu and finishes it off on Huggion as well, and they've made it 12-11. It's match point for Guild.
So well done here by Guild, and really reading the positions is so incredible to see. Like, okay, if you're going to lock down from default, we're going to be able to deal with it with a charge. If not, then the perfect timing for the Hunter's Fury to come out from the Sova and do the work. Very well done from Bonkar, who showed up when it was really necessary in that time. Good read. And it's unfortunate for Forest that they all kind of got together on yellow and kind of all died together by the box area. So it's unfortunate, but we'll see. B looks pretty open here, though. Can they find the opener? The turret's down, and the sprain from Zeddy. He's going to find one. He's forced back. He gets 2 onto Yassine. That's a way to enter for Force.
Well, that'll do it quite nicely. Very bold, pushing into that aftershock to find that one. He gets tagged up once, but it's not enough to find a kill at all. The Seekers are going to be used from Force to find out exactly where all these players are, and actually it's going to stun up one there. Leo's backed up into the corner with 68 HP as well. Guild have been burned trying to get into B this time. Not quite as clean as last round. And the spike is down over towards the left there as well, which is an awkward position to try and retake. This round is actually looking a bit dire for Guild at this point. Well, if we know any team can do it, it is Guild, but it's going to take a lot of fortitude to get into this. The Hawker's going to blind up both of them as they waste some more time here, Force.
There's 35 seconds left, so yes, if you decide to swap sites, go somewhere else, it's going to work, but there's 5 players on 4, so they're going to be able to split between positions pretty effectively and just keeping up the wall, making sure your info game is really weak, and from Artist and the rest of Force, repositioning every single time. Flashes are out, smokes out as well, and there it is. Artist collects one, collects two as well. Decides he's gonna get one for himself in the second one, but so he gets to swings wide to take him out, and we go to OT as expected.
Switching sides.
Well, it was a
Overtime.
beautiful start of that round for Fours, and just really unfortunate that one, a player was taken down through smoke. Two, I mean, an aggressive push from Zeddy caught out two more players and made sure that the spike was caught in the corner. And at that point, it really was almost like the round was over. 3 players from Guild. It's going to be difficult to push into a fully defended B when the spike is on the floor in Fours' possession. So, not much they could do at that point, but they did get themselves to match point the round before, so they can take this overtime. You can see how back and forth these rounds have been so far.
So just an update on our second match is Team Liquid versus Na'Vi, who are playing on the mainstream currently, and it's 1-0 for Liquid as they are on map 2, bind Liquid 8-6. So quick update. Let's get back into it, and it looks like Fours are just getting aggressive. B, as always, Twiggy, what is this? It's like they're kind of predictable.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, they've made it happen, though. Once again, the aggression is working for them. They found one pick, well, 2 picks before the trade came through, which means that it's 4v3. Guild, again, it's not too difficult. They've done this before. The aggressive push from them clear out a full sight of players, and Draken has found the first onto Huggy on making it a 3v3. Now, Artist is caught in the corner, and the rest of the players are moving in from A-Link. The snakebite isn't going to keep away Drake, and he pushes through aggressively, finds Artist. Coffee, in the meantime, has found Yassine, but the spray down the wall. Bonkar is going to find that second one, and it's just Soigetsu at the back of the site to defend everything by himself. He'll find one head on Bonkar there, and it's Draken who has to clutch it up. He'll find the head, get his third, get the defuse, and there's the advantage to Guild in the first overtime.
Very well done here by Guild on defense. Again, like you said, both teams are fairly equal with the way that they're running things so far on the map and overall. So now an OT match point. Guild have the chance to lock it out 2-0 in total after winning our first map. Very effectively, I might add, on Icebox. So Fours, they might have kind of gotten back into the swing of things here come map 2, but it's got to keep on rolling, and an operator is out for Huggy, and we've been so impressed by how he's playing his operator Sky on his, well, really whatever side he's on here for Guild.
Guild again, they're playing for that mid control first. Just try and gain themselves a little bit of map control. So Getsu's already been tagged down by that shock dart, putting him down to 32 armor, 91 HP. It's going to mean a headshot from a Phantom is going to be a one-hit kill at this point, quite handily. Bonkar tries to finish the job, but there's nobody up in the window of Garage there, so they spread back out across the map. The Trailblazer is going to find Safe, but not tag him up at all. You can see the players back up into A there. They don't want to give away any positional advantages, any player advantages at this point in the round, especially when it's match point once again for Guild. As Guild congregate towards A, one player lurking towards B.
So Leo going in for the wide play through A long. He's going to be able to push Hugin back for just a moment here as he goes. They're looking the other way. Hugin is taken down, but Yassine in a great position here to grab 1 and 2. Guild in great control with 2 left here at Fours, the Killjoy and the Viper. And Artist solo, he's going to take the full brunt of the grenade with Yassine. And it's Seigetsu, last alive.
And the showstopper is available now for Yassine with the 3K. He's just waiting for Seigetsu to show himself. The wall is already down over there. Ooh, that could have actually got him if he was a little bit further up. But there's Bonkar. He'll finish it out. It's 14-12 for Guild, and they take the first game 2-0. Absolutely, well, not dominant completely, but a brilliantly good showing from Guild to take that first game, send Fours to the lower bracket, and move themselves up into that second upper bracket game.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive, I have to say, from Guild. Icebox was definitely their comfort map. It definitely looked like it, despite the fact that they don't have much, statistically speaking, to show on Icebox. It still worked out very well on Fours, even though Fours have played it around twice as many times more. But the overall setups, the breaches that were brought from both sides were very cool to see, and their impact on the game worked out well for Guild. Come map 2, you're looking at Haven, you're looking at fours able to find entries into B. Impressive. But again, we looked at numbers, both teams equal. This should have been the map that could have ended it all, and indeed it was. Fours were so close so many times. Yet so far, it really has to hurt slipping away from their fingers, Twiggy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll be that. Commiserations to fours, but still another chance to make it all the way back up. Again, the top 4 teams are getting through to Masters Berlin, so that's getting to the lower round 4 or the upper finals will guaranteed get you in, so still a chance to get up there. You don't even need to get to the grand finals. Well, I think we've ended that series just in time to be just about ready for the next game. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes. We're going to go to a quick break. I've been Twiggy. This is Milosh. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Next game will be brilliant.
See you in a bit.
Hello there, we were stuck in a little bit of limbo there as the timer hit 0. We're just still waiting for the players to get in, but we thought we'd come in and chat to you for a little bit. Once again, I'm Twiggy, this is Milosh, and we're in the EMEA playoffs right now. This game is going to be Turkey versus, well, Spain, a Spanish org. Obviously, Giants Gaming, kind of the dark horse of Europe challengers, as they came through in Challengers 2, made a massive waves, beating Team Liquid and just getting all the way through quite almost unscathed, actually. Oxygen, obviously a very well-known name in the Turkish region. They made it through to EMEA playoffs in Stage 2, but this time they made it through once again in Challengers 1, where I think they lost to Supermassive Blaze in the grand finals, but still qualified in the first week. So one of the higher seeds for Turkey against one of the kind of mid-tier seeds for Europe, so it should be a pretty even game, I think.
You say mid-tier for Europe, like mid-tier seed for Europe. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But also with the asterisk of nobody really was expecting Giants. They kind of flew under everybody's radar, and they actually played really darn well. I mean, in Qualis 3, that was pretty impressive what they were able to pull off.
Yeah, they were disqualified. I think it was in week 1 due to abuse of a bug. So they didn't make it through in week 1, so we didn't get to see how well they played there because they were disqualified and got knocked out in the open qualifiers then. But they did get through in week 2 and made sure we knew exactly what they were capable of then. I did think that they looked pretty good in open qualifiers, and I did want to watch their games during open qualifiers in week 2, but didn't quite get the chance to myself. But I mean, I'm pretty sure there were a couple partner streams that did watch that one, so they did look impressive all the way throughout, and I think they went almost undefeated map-wise in open qualifiers, but not quite as easy a run against the top teams of Europe, obviously, but they still made it through quite handily, so it should be completely... this is going to be a very fair matchup, I think. A lot of people, I think it's pretty close to 50-50 on predictions.
I think any team, like the Turkish region in general, if you're looking at mainstream or here, it's really just through the next couple of weeks is what can the Turkish region do? Because playing in your own region, being the best of it, is great. But you are now opening up and playing against some of the best teams in the world. This is where the competition really heats up and where you get to really challenge yourself. So yes, Giants, middle of the table, Oxygen, high up in Turkey, should be in equilibrium. This is kind of the level how this conclusion of this is going to be a close game is coming out of both of us, really. So the question is, how is this going to come out between them? Turkey is known for being more of an aggressive region, and this is something that is helping them very well in their own region. But how will it fare against European teams? Specifically, how will it fare against the Giants, who, again, have surprised everybody with their performance? So, how will it go? I'm very curious in this. And actually, do we have the maps for it? We should, right?
Yeah, I think they were posted just a little bit ago.
So, pick Ascent, OXG Ascent first. So, they have played it 52 times, and I'm sure you're going to join me on this. They've won it 69% of the time.
Nice.
Quite nice.
Yeah,
quite nice
absolutely.
indeed. So,
well,
very impressive from them. If you're looking at Giants from their side, they've also played it 53 times, and they've won it 77% of the time.
Wow. That's
and
quite a lot.
that's an EU qualifiers. That is incredibly impressive. And composition-wise, both teams go for very similar ones. Looks like Cypher is definitely part of it. Omen is part of it for both of them. It's just seems like Oxygen are willing to try a few different versions where sometimes they'll have a Killjoy, sometimes they'll be focusing on the Cypher. Jet kind of goes back and forth depending on what's necessary. We're seeing Astra as well in it. We're seeing Sky being played in it as well. So it's a lot of trial for Oxygen, and I wonder what they're going to stick to here for this specific map and game.
Yeah, I think especially on Ascent, it is one of those ones where you have room to kind of change up your composition, try new things on it, because it's not the same as Haven or Icebox, where they're played very similarly every time around, and you have these kind of practices that have been put in place where, I mean, we were surprised by a breach on Icebox because generally there are 2 comps that are played on that and 4 of the agents are the same on both of those comps.
Yep.
On Ascent, it's completely different. I could honestly justify any agent on Ascent whatsoever. You were seeing so much Korean meta, especially in Stage 2 with the Breach and the Jet. So much aggression. If you want to play for aggression, that's kind of your go-to. Or maybe you want to play double duelist on it. Works out absolutely fine. Once again, it's a large open map, and a lot of the time you're playing for mid control, so 2 duelists can work out quite well in that. I mean, we've seen in a lot of all around the globe, a lot of tier 2 teams as well as a lot of tier 1 teams have been trying out these no duelist comps on Ascent, which again works. You've got a lot of close corners and a lot of tight spaces where that can work out really well. I mean, Virtuoso is one of the ones where I talked to Anders about the effect of no duelist on that, the coach for or the team manager for Virtuoso, where, I mean, this is a really, you can shape this map to your own mold, and I think that is really where a lot of this innovation is going to come in the most of maps like Icebox, maps like Haven. So I'm interested to see how it'll work.
I've been seeing we're seeing a lot of Sky played on Ascent recently. Been seeing some KO try it here and there, as a lot of teams have been picking it up. The KO as an agent specifically, I don't expect to see it in this game. But in general, it is this super flexible map, like you say. The most important part of it is definitely how do you deal with people that want to push you through tree, through garden, whatever you want to call the area. That is very much the linchpin of pretty much any defense or attack on it. Because if you're trying to push into A side, for example, in that case, it really allows you to kind of shut down rotations through garden, window, into heaven. You can hear people moving through there, so it's definitely an advantage. Or even if it's a push through B, pizza and garden control is great. You make sure that nobody can rotate from A onto B. There's a lot of flexibility that you can do in there. It is that, I guess, pizza cutter, not to call it cookie cutter map in this case. And I think this is one that teams have to be good on, have to be flexible on. To get into agent select, looks like the Giants are going for their usual lineup. They usually go for a raise on the side. Maybe they'll go for that at the end. KO not locked in yet by Zistu, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went for it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, looking like very, very different comps coming out, but once again, it is that no duelist look for the Oxygen side. Looks like we're going to be going for, I would say a true Sentinel is probably a better way to go than KO on this map. So there we go, the Killjoy comes out, so we've got a true Sentinel and a Sage on both sides, as well as, Fatinho is playing that Jet. You've got David P on the Omen, and it's very different, but in the way, you've got the same themes on both sides.
Still, Ambi is unsure
Select your
of
agent.
what he'd grab. At the last second, you gotta pick something, Ambi. Come on.
Or
Come
does
on.
he?
I hope for him.
Ambi?
Hello?
Knock, knock.
Uh
Ambi? Uh-oh.
oh, not the disconnect.
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's kind of the old...
It's us.
It's...
I'm getting roasted by the producer for doing this. I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. Look.
Man,
anyway,
these,
we're back to
these
Castle
millennials. What are they doing?
I'm not even. I'm a Zoomer. What are you talking about?
How old are you? 23? 22?
I'm 21.
21? No way. Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
Zoomer.
that's right. Youngest on the VCT EMEA desk.
I'm
How's it
27.
going?
I
It's
don't know
me.
how that works. Okay,
well,
mid tier.
yeah, I still have use of my knees. My elbows work. It's great. Everything is so good right now in my life. I think we had a game crash from
Except for the
our
fact that we
players
had
there.
a game crash. There we go. So
Yeah.
how
Yeah,
good
that
is
is
your
the one
life in
thing,
that
yeah.
case, Twiggy?
Yeah, honestly, right now, dreadful. Worse it could be. You can't get any worse than the game crashing right before a game. So we've gone back to cams, and well, that is what it is. You're gonna have to deal with our faces for a little longer, unfortunately.
I think they can hold on. You know, I can believe in the verse. It looks like our lobby might be ready for this, but I think I saw a KO there.
Oh, are we actually going for the KO this time? On the giant side.
Yeah. Believe so.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, you know, hey, it's not something that I expect for them to bring here, but we have been seeing the agent play it on the map over the past few weeks, and there you go. So
Liquid, kind of have been the trendsetters of that one. Obviously, Scream has been playing a lot of KO and on a lot of maps. Actually, he was playing on Split as well. So maybe, a lot of teams have probably learned a thing or two from him on that one.
We saw so much of it during quals. Honestly, who was it? Team Queso were playing during the qualifiers. Were playing a boatload of KO. We saw that from like 3 or 4 different teams, even before Liquid kind of showed it themselves. So I don't know where the original inspiration came from, but we definitely saw them in the qualifiers. And it was pretty impressive to see teams kind of finally picking it up, seeing what they can show. And I'm curious to see how it all kind of shapes up. Not sure if the race will be the final pick, because the setup from the OXG side, I was not really the setup from the giant side. So this is the opposite, the other stream. We're not casting that, but we can tell you that it went to map 3. Navi took map 1 unexpectedly, and then Liquid kind of fired back.
Yeah, go on. Over our faces. You don't need to see us. Let's see the other game. I'm interested in that right now.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Thank you very much. So
Thank you. Well, okay. I mean, Navi have been playing incredibly well.
It is quite incredible, and it's not 7-7. By the way, it's just SSK. I know, like, we're asking, checking, how does it work? But that's kind of,
Yeah. Well, no, to be fair, I expected Navi to be a great team. I mean, they got picked up by Navi going into the playoffs, and like getting picked up by a team that was so hesitant to get into Valorant, or an org that was so hesitant to get into Valorant. You've got to be pretty damn good to do that. And I mean, Liquid haven't looked as amazing as they did last stage, but they're still a brilliant top tier team. And seeing Navi actually getting so many rounds again. Look at that, 4th round for them. Look at that.
Here you go, 7-6-7. This is gonna stick to the name, but honestly, that was real well done. Even in the interview pregame, because we were all kind of checking out how it all go down on the desk in Berlin, because obviously our colleagues are in Berlin for the actual desk segments, and seeing how they were talking to Navi during the interview, saying, okay, well, we're just really happy because we spent so much time orgless in that case, and we got picked up by, obviously, a game picked up by one of the biggest names and organizations in esports in general is huge. That's off of your own performance as a team, going from orgless to signing with one of the big squads out there. So very happy for them. Very happy that they're pushing Team Liquid to the edge. And that is, of course, the top bracket. So, hey, whoever loses here, they're going to have another shot in the future, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are so many great teams in here. I don't think getting pushed to the lower bracket means you're going to have an easy time of getting through there. I think as we're just waiting for a lot of stuff to happen right now, we might be heading to a quick break. We'll keep you updated on that, but well, you can watch the Navi Team Liquid game in the meantime, because it is looking like it's shaping up to be a very interesting game 3 of the series.
Grab the cello, play us a bit. What do you play?
It's probably out of tune by now, actually. I haven't played it for about a few days, so I'm not sure about that one.
All right,
yeah, I think we're going to throw it to a break real quick. So thanks for tuning into the podcast of our stream so far. But might want to go watch Navi Liquid until we get these tech issues sorted out. Thank you for sticking with us for as long as you have, guys. See you in a second. Hello again, everybody. It's us. We're back again. This time we got through the agent select. We're actually in game. No KO. Sad, but you know we moved past that. It's unfortunate, but well, okay. Look at these comps. So we've got a very normal one from Giants. This is what they run quite a lot. It's the Sova for Ambi this time, and nothing too insane. But yeah, again, it is, as I said before, different themes, but same kind of overall plan going into this one. They do have all of the same kind of stuff going on. You've got your Sentinels, you've got your Sages, you've got well, your Smokes in your Astra or your Omen, you've got your Initiator in your Sky or your Sova, and in a way they're very similar, but Oxygen, they're going for a no duelist comp. Once again, as I was talking about, a theme we've seen poking through every now and then on Ascent, but there we go. Oxygen is going to be picking it up this time.
Sky is the new duelist. Come on, man. We're just gonna put it out there. So,
Scout destroyed.
ladies and gentlemen, buy a ladder. Let's see how this one goes between OXG and the Giants. We said they would be equal, but obviously there's fans that are all on the Turks to this one, saying, you know what, Oxygen, they got it. It's theirs, and then others that go all the way for the Giants because of their great performance that they had during the qualifiers here in Europe and the EMEA. So very impressive from both. How do they square off on map one?
Looks like they're going to head towards A to begin with. Oxygen. It's going to be their first attempt in. Obviously starting on attack. A little difficult with no duelist, but they can make it work. Definitely Glove. Let's see how he opens up that control of the site. It's going to be his job for the most part, obviously, with the Hawks, the Trailblazer. It's going to be, or the Guiding Light, I should call the Hawks. As they move in, Fatinho is right round this corner, and he's waiting. He's waiting for those Guiding Lights because he doesn't want to get flashed. He'll find the first, the second, and the third heads of the Oxygen side. That keeps him completely shot down, and Meadow will find a fourth through the smoke, or through the cage. It's just Sisto left, and oh no, it's difficult. He'll find the head of Ambi, but not enough to get the kill. It's a flawless first round for the Vodafone Giants, and they're looking, well, that was pretty dominant, the first round.
Yeah. Aye. Very well done in that first round, off of just the one box position, really. When you kind of put it down in that shroud spot by A, just sit up on the boost and do work as players try to walk in. You can go through tree, aim in, whatever you want, but in the end, oh man, the cage was perfectly set by Meadow, and it just allowed for the cleanup. Now, what we see from Oxygen, they're going up with some pistols, even a frenzy here and there, but overall, with the SMGs up close and personal, you're going to be able to clean up house. That's the expectation for this second round.
Absolutely, Oxygen. They're going to head in through tree here and try and make some positional space happen, but now he is right around the corner with the Phantom. They'll find one, but no more than that. Glove will find the crate, but Meadow is spraying them down with the Spectre on site, and Fatinho, he'll finish it out onto Unity, make it 2-0. Only one casualty, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all, not gonna lie. That was pretty impressive as well. The Giants kind of showing how effective they are at collapsing on their opponents when the opportunity presents itself, and 100% did in that case. OXG couldn't really respond, and now they can finally with rifles, and still the Giants are not sure exactly what to go for buy-wise. Have a Marshall in this case, and I'm gonna go for more rifles yet? I don't know. Well, Toronto's just gonna walk on around. The flash is gonna allow him to kind of walk up close, but Meadow still control, and David is getting so aggressive through mid here, just trying to catch people at Cat.
Yeah, David has really been one of these, you know, exciting players that we've seen from Vodafone Giants. You do see a lot of these kinds of players on different teams. Meadow, you're making my eyes hurt. He has caught one out there. Maitez with
No more
touch, but I mean, they're staying back and they don't want to push through too quickly. There's the Guiding Light to get them into sight, but Glove is going to be found through the cage and tagged up with that one headshot from Meadow. It's a 5v4 now, and if they take this third round, it could be looking really difficult for Oxygen in the first half. They're going to try and make their way back through again, but Meadows still back of sight, waiting. Turns around the corner looking for another one, and look, the flank is coming through as well. Ambi finds another through on Rafters, onto Mites there, and another one onto Unity. That's a lovely trade, and there's only 2 players left on the Oxygen side. They do manage to pick up a Phantom, but they still need to get the spike planted, and Ambi's waiting there with a shot dart to try and stop him from that happening. Hoodie, he'll take down Zisto, and it's all Toronto by himself to get the spike down and get those 4 frags probably as well.
Toronto looks to be in the wrong continent for this one. He's got 4 looking out for him. And it's going to be tagged here, falling back, location revealed. They know he's in hell. And he's going to get shot down. One thing, though, Meadow Cypher was so incredibly important in this round. OXG just did not know where exactly he was. There was just a bit of poke from the Sova top of heaven. Otherwise, it's just mostly, hey, I'm going to sit down and do work. And by the time Oxygen got onto site, tried to go for that spike plant, it was already too late. There was already too many players from the Giants that are on location, and that resets your economy now on the attack.
Coutinho, he's brought up that operator and he's watching mid. Let's see if he can find this first pick. A little shoulder peek from Glove. Not enough. Oh, the timing. Coutinho doesn't find the first pick, but he'll turn around to the right, find Mites. Well, that's going to open things up massively. Obviously, this is Oxygen's bonus round. If they can grab 1 or 2 picks, it'll be massive for them just to get rid of a couple weapons. But in the end, there's no expectation of winning this round. So every player lost is just another blow to their own, well, confidence is the only thing they can care about at this point. Slow field from Hoodie will stop them from getting through market, but they do have mid control at the very least.
No. David falling back here. Oh, Coutinho's so close to getting the kill, but unfortunate here. Glove's going to scout out and check tree and garden, and there's nobody in there. But where will she decide to put themselves through? It looks like they're going to head towards B. There's still a Sova and a Sage here that could catch them off. It's going to be all down to timing. Not sure if they're able to spot anybody through this, but this might have been the out. They have been. There you go. Doing some work. Who's going to fall back? It's got Sova to help.
30 seconds left.
Ambi almost caught off there by Toronto, but the kill doesn't come through. Hoodie's going to find the head of Toronto, and Ambi coming through for his second raise will take down Glove. David P onto Unity, Hoodie onto Zisto, and it's a flawless round from Vodafone Giants. Well, no picks in the end for Oxygen, and that's going to, well, it's going to keep Giants well in that, you know, thrifty billionaire kind of territory. They're going to be sending a rocket to space soon.
Oh boy. Well, I hope they're going to do something good with their money in this case. So let's see what they're going to be able to pull off. But I got to say, Giants, good read. And it's expected in the last round. You know, it was an eco reset for OXG. So understandable that they're not able to do much with it. This is the round where they start to get things done. But this also means, because of the 4 rounds in a row that have been won for the Giants, they're going to need OXG, that is, to win, you know, 2-3 rounds themselves to break the economy of the Giants with Spike Plant. So it's a tall order looking at the first few rounds, but a possibility for a Turkish team.
Yeah, David P sprays through the smokes there and actually does a lot of damage to the Oxygen side to open things up. Oxygen do afford themselves mid-control, they can move in. Mites systematically making his way up with those stars, with those smokes. Trying to push through where David P is going to be waiting for him. Pushes into Pizza, but, well, luckily his smoke is nicely nestled in between those walls. David P is just going around this corner, you can see. Throws out his own smoke, trying to gain himself his own positional advantage, but Mites, he's ready for that push. David P is down, and it's the first advantage that Oxygen have man-wise in this game as they go over towards A, try and get in towards the site now.
Revealing area.
So, Ambi poking around, and walk through. Oh, there we go. The secrets have already been sent out. That's a big commitment here, and Glove goes down to it. The Sage and the Killjoy have already gone. Oh no! Hoodie caught with his pants down. OXG will finally take a breath off the top of the surface. And they're going to try to bring this one back with their first round on the attacking side, trying to put some cash on the board. You talked about, you know, it's the thrifty billionaire in the last round. The response is, we're going to break your economy. And if it works out in this round, it definitely will go the way of Oxygen. Operator, though, bought up, and Coutinho is the one that has it again.
Yeah. Absolutely, they can still buy themselves up nicely. Luckily, Oxygen with only one casualty is going to be able to buy up a weapon for the one player that died, so they're still quite happy. If they'd actually had one or two more casualties, it would have been quite unfortunate for them. They wouldn't have been able to buy up fully. Fatinho is all around the map going for different angles with these operator peaks, but this time he's not going to find any luck unless somebody pushes up close. They have made their way through mid, and they're going to take up market position here, Oxygen, as they try and make their way in. Ambi on a safe default towards site along with his friend, and Hoodie is trying to wait for this one. Oh, a couple shots through the smoke do not find his head, but it's just Meadow and Ambi who have to try and hold this down in Boathouse now. Out comes the Viper's pit from Oxygen. They're going to make their way in. Zisto finds Meadow, but Ambi's there with one. Can't find the second glove. He'll take that one down, and Unity, he's holding down this cross over towards Button here with that Viper's pit, making sure nobody from Giants makes their way in through market. It's a smart play, and they use the res as well. Try and save that weapon. They are still on relatively low economy, so losing out on that second, or that fifth, sorry, rifle would actually go quite noticed. So it looks like Giants, they're just going to save up that operator, those two rifles. They still have enough to buy up next round, so they're quite happy with their position.
Yep. Try to extend whatever lead you have as best as you can. Sometimes you have to make this tough decision, say, you know what, we're just not going to go for the retake. We're going to play back. A flash is going to go out to David here, and he's going to try to collect an exit, but no, he cannot. Hoodie, in the meantime, is getting cozy, and he gets two for himself, but Glove has finished him off. It's at least 2 kills at the end of the round, and you'll see Fatinho alive still with the operator. That was really the most expensive piece on the Giants side, and it's okay for the others to die when you keep Oxygen's economy in check. But it all has to, you're kind of just delaying things. You're putting things off to the next round where you could have a better shot at breaking your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, they've kept Oxygen's economy just under about 20,000 there. Some quick maths. Oh, well under 20,000 now. Thank you very much for buying up, Toronto. Helps me out quite a lot. So, in the end, they've done their job with that one, but it's still starting to look a little more difficult for Giants. They're starting to find that Oxygen, they're not in this game just for fun. They're in it to win, and out comes the lockdown as they move in towards A. The Trailblazer to try and find out the positioning of the Giants players, but nobody's actually in there. They're waiting for this one, and they're ready for the retake already. Oh, Meadow, will he get out there? Ooh, a little close. Fatinho will find Glove, but Zisto's there with the trade. Close the door, and they can move in towards site, get the spike down at the very least. Unity moving through on mid will take down David P as well, and now they have the man advantage as well as that spike positioning. The Hoodie has to try and retrieve either that operator or get a few picks through coming through here. And Ambi and Meadow are trying to move in through tree.
Hoodie's spraying down into hell. The plant's gonna come down, and how is the split looking? So many players, 3 in total for Oxygen here, falling back, but Ambi and Hoodie will grab a kill each, a quick kill here, and picking up Fatinho to equalize numbers, but Sister will collect 2. Unity with 1 more, and Sister for the 4th kill in the round to shut down Ambi. Despite the commitment of the ultimate, the res, it was just still not enough, and Oxygen successfully break the bank or not. No, the Giants still have some cash, and they're buying up whatever they can.
Still got enough, even for an operator in the hands of Fatinho. Plus, they have all of these ults. Look at that, the Hunter's Fury, the Bladestorm, and the Neural Theft are available against Oxygen's only Cosmic Divide there. And, well, I mean, still looking like Oxygen. They're coming back into this one. They've won 3 rounds in a row now, but they still haven't broken the Giants down quite yet. They're going to need to win this one quite handily to do that. Hoodie's going to be pushed out of position by the Nano Swarm, and Ambi pushed back on towards site, but they'll find the head of Toronto, open things up for his team as Glove tries to push in, Unity tries to push in, it's to no avail. Hoodie, he'll take them both down, and Zisto finds 1 pick before Fatinho turns around the corner with the operator. It's just Maites left, and everybody's hiding away from him. Fatinho is now ready for that position, and he tries to turn around and get any picks he can, but there's nobody there available for him, and it's 1v4. It's a difficult position. Fatinho, he'll find the quick kill before dashing away, make it their 5th round, and they're not having any of Oxygen's, what would I call it? Attempts at getting back into the game.
Here.
Trying to avoid saying a bad word there.
Fair enough. We'll take the attempt in this one.
Yeah.
Very-
You know, the eloquence sometimes it leads me in strange directions, and I need to come up with different synonyms for the words I'm coming.
Just
for.
make up a word.
Yeah,
that's-
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's how. It's the way to do it.
Couple words. Yeah, Shakespeare did it. Why shouldn't I?
Exactly. What
take him
what
out.
makes him so much better than you?
Yeah, what
honestly?
makes him better than me? Come on. I'm basically Shakespeare.
You are.
Coutinho, he's going aggressive here, looking for a first pick, and there is one player available for him. Unity hidden behind the box, and Maitez is turning around as well, looking for this. They don't know he's
I've
there.
got your
Thanks for
trail.
turning off the X-ray makes it that much more. Oh, the reaction time of Coutinho! He gets the kill onto Unity before he can turn around there. That's so quick. He's been drinking that energy drink. Wait, we're sponsored by
That
Red Bull. I
juice.
can say that.
He's been drinking that juice. Not gonna lie.
He's been drinking the juice, the Twix juice. Oh my god, it's beautiful. He's found that kill and, well, given himself the advantage in this round. Once again, Giants, they're looking quick on the trigger finger. They've made it happen and they can move in, try and close out of those players. You can see they're actually trying to take a little bit of positional advantage, push away those Oxygen players who are now at that 2-round deficit as they go in towards the B site. David P waiting for this one. Hoodie and Ambi on
30
site as
seconds
well.
left.
Ambi takes the head off of Zisto, and David P pushes around the back. The paranoia catches too, and he'll take down Glove. Maitez, Toronto is there with the trade and finds Hoodie as well, but Ambi will finish it out, and it's still 3 players left alive on the Giant side to make it 6-3.
The whole time the Jet and the Cypher were still on the A site, and their Giants still were able to hold it down on B. So very impressive here from Ambi to
30
just
seconds left.
play back and use this the back in the box area to his advantage. David peeked out at the perfect moments and really helped the team to secure the round here. The paranoia was perfect to blind out his opponents, and I can already see it in chat. You know, Turkey, why so quiet? EU, why so quiet? You always hear it. In this case, it is just loud for both, and what a loud shot of the operator from Coutinho, who's been doing very well on the op jet. Obviously, the perfect combination, but unable to get that early pick.
Yeah. And they're going to head in over towards Tree now, and that guiding light is going to give Coutinho the information of the positioning of the Oxygen players. Wall comes out. The Hunter's Fury is going to be used by Giants, though, trying to push them out of that position. I don't think it tagged anybody. Didn't quite see, but Meadow, he's holding down in there. Coutinho, he'll find the head of Maitez. Glove is going to take down Meadow, though, and in pushes Coutinho, trying to find that second pick. 3 players are found. Can David P spray one down? He'll find the head of Sisto through the floor, and that's going to make it a 4v3. Now Oxygen trying to defend this spike the best they can. Out comes the Owl drone, and they'll move in. Oh, from the shadows from David P, and he gets a little bit of information on the positioning of Glove. Spray down from Hoodie, can't quite find him, but they push round, and one player down in hell will find the kill onto Hoodie. Ambi takes down Glove, and now they know where Toronto is. Coutinho will use the blades to find that. The lineups from Unity trying to stop the defuse, but they'll get half for free before they have to leave it. Can they finish this one off? It's just Unity to try and get these kills now, I think. Oh, there it is! That's it! Unity has done it! That's a brilliant second snakebite! He'll get all of them! And it's a clutch from Unity with those snakebite lineups.
Oh man, EU, why so quiet, huh? Oxygen, so perfectly done with the Viper lineup there. Honestly, Unity, impressive. At that moment, you're thinking like, okay, I need to get aggressive. I need to take him down, and he's just sitting here chilling. He knows what's up. He knows that he has the perfect utility to save the day for his team, and Oxygen collect a 4th round. Honestly, ending the half here like 7-5, like it still looks pretty good, I gotta say, and that's really what Oxygen are aiming for, at least one more round on the board. So trying to go in and trap all of their opponents here. You see a very wide radius on Killjoy, and looks like it's just gonna walk in.
Yeah, they'll get him for free, but you can see how quickly Giants have come to retake this one, and they've all congregated around Rafters and Tree looking for that first pick. They turn around the corner, Hoodie trying to find one through the wall. The Viper's pit will come out from the Oxygen side as Unity drops it. He'll find the first pick onto Hoodie as well, and still survive with 20 HP left to spare. There are still 2 ults available for them, where only the Neural Theft is available for Giants now as they move forward. And Oxygen, they're holding their positions quite nicely here.
Fortunately, the lockdown didn't do much, but it was well timed to at least get on the site and get that plant down. The Jet is slowly here being healed up, but Zistu already took down Ambi, peeking up from Hell. It looks like everybody's evac the position, and OXG are gonna get out. Giants trying to find an exit frag here and there. Oh, 2 down for free! Oh no.
That's somewhat
Last
painful
round
given
in the
the shaky economy we've seen from both teams here, and that's actually, they're going to be able to buy. They can buy for each other, obviously, so they will be able to get that in the last round of the half, but maybe that will sacrifice a little bit of utility from Unity and Zisto there. We'll see how that works out, but, well, Giants, they can still buy up quite just about fully. I think Hoodie chose to go for the utility over the armor there, but still relatively good buy, and we're seeing a nice even round to finish things off in this half. Coutinho is going to go for the first pick. The smokes come out this time. Nobody's going to peek that one yet. The spray from Ambi is going to take Mites down a little bit, losing just about 32 armor there as they spread across the map now.
So, just in the meantime, he's just kind of being slowed down here. The Sage from Vodafone Giants is doing fairly well over by the B main side. And looks like the tree area, the garden, is quite clear. So you could push through there and lock out your opponents. The door is open. So if David gets too aggressive, might be able to find him here. David? Oh, no, okay. He knows what's up here. He knows that there's players around that tree dog area. And he's going to paranoia out.
Oh, he just
there's
around
so
the corner.
many!
Oh no! The firing squad will find him. Coutinho will find one in the end and turns around the corner for a second, but he can't find it. The res comes out from Toronto as he comes around, looks for that first pick onto Zisto, and he'll get it. But Glove is there with the trait. Now it's a 4v2. They get the spike down, and there's only 2 players left on the Giants side. No ults available whatsoever. It's just Hoodie and Ambi trying to retake this one all by their lonesome. The spray through the floor to try and find a pick down there, but a little bit of damage is going to be traded out onto Hoodie there. Ambi going for the first pick onto Mites. He's going to be flashed out, but he'll find one. Glove is there with the trade with that operator now, though, and Hoodie can't find the one tap onto Unity. He'll finish it out for a 6-6 half.
So well done. I gotta say, like, we're aiming at 7-5 for Oxygen would be okay, and then they still were able to tie it between them and their opponents. So honestly, the Giants let it slip at some point, and Oxygen just took every single opportunity and went for it on A. They were so effective with it, and it all started with the Viper, with the perfect lineup. So we'll see how it all comes down here. If I look at just pure numbers, Oxygen on the map usually are running, is it 52% win rate on the attack, 60% on defense. Giants, pretty equal, 63 on their attacking side, 55 on defense. So actually, I wouldn't be surprised if we went to OT on this first map.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's in the first half, we've seen a 6-6, but I mean, you would say Oxygen do have a much more defensive composition, so take that with a pinch of salt. Now, Ambi is going to use the L drone to move in towards A, try and get his players some space, while the rest of the team, they move over towards Tree. The gravity well won't catch any of them, so... Oh, goes for the peek. Oh, Mites find the first. He will. Hoodie is taken down already. And Meadow is going to be caught by his bullets as well. David P, he has to back up, try and get into rafters, and he will for free, but, well, he hasn't given his team much of an option here, and Ziso comes around the corner of stairs to find the head of David P. Now it's only 2 players left on the Vodafone Giants side there. Coutinho rushes in, looking for a first pick for Unity. He takes down Ambi and Glove. He'll finish it out for a flawless first round in the half for Oxygen.
Very well done here. Very flawless and perfect. You always talk about pistols not being super important, but like we said in our previous map that we played in our last series, when games are so tight, every single round matters, and getting that early eco lead off of pistol is extra important, especially when you're on defense. Because if attackers start snowballing, it's going to get really difficult for you, but if you're doing work on the defense, you can constantly keep bashing that economy on your opponent's side. And you know, it's a map that has so many close corners, so many positions that you need to watch out to, or search for on the attacking side. So defense can always overpower you, especially when eco is there. Good shot.
Hoodie has found one head on Toronto there, and a lot of damage has been done over towards a site. In the meantime, David P has been taken down to a lot low HP as well, but Mites, he's found two onto Meadow and Ambi, and that'll push Giants well away on their eco round, where they have only bought Sheriff, so trying to save up that economy for next round, but they're going to head through mid, just try and get picks at this point. I don't think that illusion that they might just get control of a site has been taken away. Mites trying to spray down David P's head. He won't find it, but there it is. He'll take his third pick. Looking for the ace on this one, and Hoodie, he's quite close to him. He might actually find that if they give the information there. Coutinho, who's holding down in there. Oh, Unity finds the head. Well, there's the ace gone, but Mites can get his fourth. No! Hoodie! A quick one tap to the head. It's beautiful. It's not enough to win the round. Unity's just going to spray him down through the edge of the wall there and find that last pick. It's not clean from Oxygen, but it's better than nothing for sure.
Free Fire, perfect position here around the cat area. Very well done. And we go with Oxygen collecting the 2 rounds, or collecting pistol and then the free round right after. So very well done. And they're actually going to stick to mostly the Spectres in this case. Frenzy being brought up as well by Glove and their heavy shields. So this might be a strategy from LXG to bait their opponents into close quarters fights. But it's all on Giants.
So many pushes coming through from the Oxygen side. You can see David P is already caught in this corner. And the flash, that's going to get him a free kill.
Hello?
No, he doesn't
Hello?
find the kill. No, Toronto will finish it out in the end. It was not clean whatsoever, but they get the kill. It worked out exactly how they wanted to, but it has given now Giants full control of A. No, Mites comes around the corner and finds another 2. Mites finds his third onto Hoodie, and it's only Coutinho left with 69 HP. He won't find anything. Mites goes massive on the third round on their, what you would call a bonus round. They have managed to make it 6-9, and I am not surprised that Vodafone Giants are using their timeout at this point.
I mean, just go for it. You've been throwing everything at the wall for the past 2 rounds, and you haven't really been able to find any openings. Getting smashed flawlessly by Oxygen in the last one definitely does not help. There's a quick update on map 3 between Na'Vi and Liquid. It's 11-7 now. It's just updated. Liquid on the edge. Na'Vi rookies, some will say, are really giving them their best. Team Liquid up against a wall, and in this case Giants have gone against the Oxygen wall on the other side. How can they recover? It seems like it's not like about commitment on the site or timing or anything like that. It's just Oxygen are winning gunfights, and I don't know if there's a real cure for it, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really a difficult position here for Giants. Obviously, you are coming up against one of the best teams seeding-wise. I won't say anything towards skill, but that is generally how it works out. That Oxygen is one of these highest-rated, highest-seeded teams from the Turkish region. Giants, they are the lowest seed in Europe, so that's what it is. I mean, they have been playing incredibly, but so far, Oxygen just seems to have an answer for everything that Giants are doing on the attack, at the very least. That play last round was clean, if I've ever seen anything like it. It's just their space-taking, managing to get that first pick was, well, perfect for getting the rest of the round. Now, Giants, they have to come up with an answer to what Oxygen have been giving them. They haven't given them their whole playbook yet. And this is a completely new comp, probably, for Giants coming up against, so having to play it by ear. Mites, he's found the first pick already onto Coutinho over towards A. And Giants now scorned. They're going to have to move over back towards mid and try and take some position. Glove has found Hoodie over there, and he'll go for the pick.
Ooh.
Not quite find the headshot. The shots ring out to either side of each player, but Giants now have to congregate, try and make some picks happen.
So what can Glove do here? Does have a flash if necessary. It's got to be very important here if he wants to hold on to a tree. And there's a shot, though, instantly. Why use util when you can just hit headshots? Paranoia is out. Flash is in as well to pull the Giants out. Not sure how effective that flash was, but there's the collection. Unity instantly pushing up when he knows he has the advantage. And there, oh no! Ambi gets one for himself, but he's down to 1 HP. And this looks like a 10th round for Oxygen. It is Zisto with the final one. Very well done. 10-6 for the Turks.
Yeah. about as good as I can make the commentary for Giants right now. Is that was you know, good to get 2 picks. It's a little bit of economy out the hands of Oxygen, but it's really looking like the start of last half in the hands of, obviously, Giants got those first 4 rounds and built up their bankroll massively. Oxygen now doing the same. 2 players well above 8,000, 2 players above 5,000. Only 1 player is down to 2.5k. The rest of the Giants side, they're all pretty much below 1,000 credits. And it's looking difficult for them. I mean, 3 of their players are on a positive KD, but they just can't quite find their grip in this second half of the game. Toronto, he's going to come around the corner with the help of the flash, but Fatinho is there quick with the kill, especially with the help of Hoodie there. Well, no, Oxygen down to 4 players, and Giants looking back to take control of this. The little gap in the smoke. I think Glove now knows David P, sorry, is pushed up there. Can he find the pick, though? Turn around the corner, but David P will find the head first and bring back his team to that 5-3. They're looking to find their first round in this half.
We talked about, you know, actually hitting those shots after the timeout, and it looks to be working, but Zistu instantly shuts them down.
No.
3 for Zistu! Can he find another one here? The Cypher! Yes, he goes down! That's 4, and the last is for Zistu! OXG, do it again! He is all over the Giants in this. What timeout can you call at this point?
Zisto shut me up. Fair enough, buddy. That is one
you
way
go.
to stop me from talking. I was just about to say that Giants looking for their first round in the half, but absolutely not. The heroics from Zisto, and you could talk all day about how the players were pushing him 1 by 1 and it was just a series of 1v1s, but still the ability to get those 5 kills was absolutely massive. Clutching up, ready for the push round the back from the market players, ready to turn back around onto the players coming in from B main. He just made it happen in a way that was so beautiful. 5 headshots, 5 kills, and he's made it his 11th round for his team.
And that shot was absolutely haram. From honestly, incredibly well played from Zistu in this case, holding on to the B site. So, what do you do? Turret's up, it's gonna give you some info, and there's the perfect time to peek. No, he fails in it. Fatinho finally finding the great opener for him, and there's a gravity well here to slow things down for the Giants for just a bit, and the wall too. But
Get out of my way.
that was not a pick that we were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, maybe he's a bit jittery after last round. I'd be feeling the adrenaline as well. Like, just shaking your hands all over the screen. Well, Meadow will find another pick over towards Maites. We've seen this before. 3 players left on the Oxygen side, but how much does that actually mean? In comes Fatinho. He won't find the Blade Storm kill onto Toronto. David P, though, comes in with the trade. Glove will take down Hoodie. And in the end, it's only Unity left alive. He'll find the first there onto David P, looking the wrong way. 2 players left on the Giants side, but at least they have control of site. They can get the spike down, and it's all up to Unity to clutch up once again for his team, make it match point. Can he do it? The Vodafone Giants, they are playing it very passively towards the back of the site, but he'll turn around and look for this first pick. The timing on that was so close. They're coming round here. Meadow is looking for it. He'll spray him down, and the shots don't quite land for Unity. Giants get their first round in the second half, and it comes at a great cost to them, though.
Definitely so. They lost, what, how many players? 3 players in total in the round. It was definitely not a great one, but still able to get the round. Now, does it break the bank for Oxygen? I don't believe so. I don't know if you can flash that up and see the board and how things are looking between them, but
I don't think it's possible to break the bank of a team that won 5 rounds in a row.
I completely agree with you. So I don't know. Maybe buying groceries and pizzas on the map is very cheap here. So, you know, I don't know what Pizza da Marzio, how much they're selling their pizzas for nowadays, but you know, in this economy, at least the Giants economy right now, every single dime will count. And every single round will count. They're at 7-11. There is a moment, a time for them to kind of bring it back. But Oxygen, like you mentioned, economically speaking, are looking so good. They need just these 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like a nice place, but at the same time, you go to like a Napoli pizza place where it's, you know, everything's made in house. It's usually relatively respectably priced. I think they might be able to afford them, but not if they're going to have to buy full armor. Yeah, you can see 3 players on half armor now. We're not seeing an operator come out from Fatinho, obviously. So, I mean, Oxygen are looking so happy about their position still, even after losing that first round there in the half. And it's a great position for them. Toronto on the Sage with the Operator. That's an interesting little pick there. And the Viper's Pit is going to come out to try and push Vitinho out of position, but they know where he is now. He'll find the first head of Unity, knows that the Viper's Pit is going down, so he has to back out of there. But he's got away for free with 1 kill, and that's absolutely perfect for him. Mites is going to come around looking for that trade, searching for revenge. Will he find the head of Vitinho? Not quite. Vitinho's shoulder peeking will get away as once again, and he's going to have to back out because he knows his teammates are probably right behind him. The Hawk to give him some space, but Vitinho's already left that position. And he might be able to find Glove there. He will. Mites is there with the trade, but he's got more to clean up at this point. David P and Ambi right round the corner looking for that last pick. Oh, no, he'll find David P, but Ambi is there. It's a 3v2 now, so still in favor of Vodafone Giants, but not quite as clean as they wanted there.
They might have the entire site clean and clear here, but he could do a lot of work. No, Meadow instantly, and Hoodie will go for the res on David P to make sure that the Omen is alive, and they could go quad up a 4v1. Toronto is spotted. He's going to go for a quick shot with the Operator and then instantly fall back, realizing that, hey, maybe it's just better for me to keep it. And hello? Hello? Toronto!
Oh, that's painful.
He was aiming for Berlin, and he hit Toronto on the other side. Man, that was hyper sad there.
Okay, well, at least he didn't die. That's decent. That's good. But there's one player coming in from the flank. You can see they're trying to push him out of position, and he's actually edging towards the spike here. If he gets caught here by the players that are pushing him out, it's going to be very difficult. Let's see how they play this one. You can see, look at this, David P is hunting him down. You can see the Algron has been used to try and find out where he is. They know he's not in market. David P trying to clean out CT here, and he's actually going to come straight into Toronto. There goes Toronto, and there goes the Operator. Well, not only did the res be used to gain Giants some more economy, get themselves that 4th weapon going into the next round, but they've actually picked up an Operator for Vitinho in this one. So they'll get not only a full buy, but an absolutely brilliant buy, and they saved themselves a lot of economy off the back of that round too.
And what does it do? It triggers the timeout or defensive oxygen. That's exactly what you want as Giants. You want to keep this momentum rolling. It has a lot to do with your mental game, and it's very difficult from a purely analytical point of view to come in and say, yes, mental is something that you can measure. You really can't when it comes to, just during the game and as it is. You've got to hook up everybody to a bunch of machines to make sure that you get any info on it, and even then. So you got to reset and see, okay, we pushed Oxygen to the edge. We were able to win a couple rounds, and it was so effective that economically speaking, we're looking good. We picked up an Operator as well, like you mentioned. And on top of that, it forces Oxygen to call the timeout on top of it. So, this team was so comfortable. They won, 5 rounds in a row? Yeah, we can put them on edge and keep them on their toes, and this has to weigh positively for Giants in some way.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. Quantitatively, both teams are looking very, very even in terms of kills, deaths, everything. It's looking very closely guarded here. I mean, Mites is going absolutely massive, but also Vitinho is being amazing with the Operator once again. I mean, the 3-round deficit really doesn't tell the whole story of how each player is playing, but it just looks like Oxygen, with their composition, with the amount of utility they have, it's just being able to push Vodafone Giants away from winning rounds that they could otherwise win off the back of just pure gunplay. So, I mean, what is looking like a very even game on numbers is looking very positive for Oxygen, and if they can make it happen a few more times, they can afford themselves the first game in the series quite happily here. Giants, they're heading towards mid, looking for some positional space. Make anywhere they can get in their grasp happen. Nothing so far. It's a slow round right now.
So, Vitinho, this is pretty ballsy here, poking around the corner. And Glove went in for a quick flash. They're just going to fall back. There's no reason for Aishi to get up in close to their opponents. And Vitinho's checking every single position here. Toronto might be able to check him. Dolan head really in this position. There's the Owl drone to come in, and a bit of info collected. And smokes up.
30
There's
seconds
the flash
left.
from Glove. Not much time left. They have to go for the salt here, and they're going to collect 1, 2, and 3 for Oichi.
Yeah, David P used from the shadows to get in towards the back of sight and actually committed it, but they knew where he was. Meadow will find the trade onto Mites, and Hoodie takes down Toronto now. Is back sort of in their favor, but they haven't got a lot of time left. They need to get the spike down, which means they need to clear Glove out of there, and he's just playing hard to get. He won't be killed too easily. He'll turn around the corner, and they will find the pick eventually, and I think they just about get this down. If Zissou doesn't turn around the corner, they can't get the spike down anymore. It doesn't matter that it's a 1v1. Unity doesn't have to do anything whatsoever. They did commit the lockdown, but they win the round quite handily, and that makes it match point.
Very well done. You know, you have to realize at some point, hey, we have to use our ults for the round win. And if it was necessary here to keep the Giants on the edge through the whole time, then it has to happen. So very well done in the end by OHG. The Sky just taking out so much time and leaving, because it was kind of a last second push and there wasn't much time left. The Giants didn't have any time or any moment here to set up for post-plant positions or even to protect their plant. And Toronto instantly going up for the classic stage boost is going to get the entry frag here for OHG that are looking to close this first map.
Yeah, and Vodafone Giants, they're looking like a pretty steep hill is in front of them at this point. Hoodie's going to go for a wall boost here, but it looks like Zissou's ready for this one. If he can find anything, but he's being a little preoccupied by the rest of the Vodafone Giants team as they move in. And Hoodie will find that first pick through that position. Unity in Boathouse is going to have to try and defend the site by himself, but he gets dinked through the wall by Fatinho, and now he's in an awkward position. He can spray that through the box, but he doesn't know he's there. Now Mites, well, the rest of the team, they have kind of taken that CT position to try and hold them back. As Giants actually leaving Unity alive back here, but in comes the push together. They'll find that one. Mites is there with a trade, but David P finds one. Toronto, another trade, and Meadow will take that trade down as well. It's a 2v1 now, and Oxygen, they need to just close it out. If Glove can find both of these picks here, he can win this game for them without any trouble. He turns around the corner, but Meadow will find the head first and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. It's 9-12 now. And Oxygen still only need one round, but Giants are trying to hang on by the skin of their teeth.
Very much so. It's a very close one here on the previous round, and still on match point for Oxygen.
This goes here.
What are they going to be able to pull off in this? Next one is the question for the Giants. I wonder if they'll go for this peak down in mid again, or not. Really? It's always it's pretty ballsy, you know, to go for it early on, but
yeah, difficult. Well, just a little update for you on the game on the main channel before we get started in this round. Liquid have lost that third map, and Na'Vi is going to be heading into the round 2 of the upper bracket for that game. So incredibly well done from them, but it looks like right now, we really have some other fish to fry at this point. Oxygen, they're moving in from behind. Obviously, they're on a save round. No, so you can't limbo that. You can try. I'm sure he could try, but they break it. They push through. David P looking for a pick, but he sees all 4 players, and he's going to have to run away now. Hoodie trying to get in, but he's caught on top of the wall. Zissou will find the first pick, but the Hunter's Fury is going to do a lot. Hoodie will find the head of the second player, and they're going to close out that round. What was looking quite chaotic has turned out quite nicely in Vodafone Giants' favor there.
so, well, you know, they're very happy with it. I gotta say, forcing Oxygen to go for the OT has at least broken them in some way. But the Giants are looking very pretty in this. 4 left. They got all rifles, all that you want. They've finally been able to put some sort of dent, to break in Oxygen's economy in it. So Unity is gonna come in close to the site and yeah, collect some extra cash and all point at the end of the day. So
yeah, that altcoin could come in massive, we'll see. But mostly at that point, it is really just the cash you want to get for next round on that one. You just need one round. Doesn't matter how slow you collect that cash, but look at that. It's a brilliant play from them. Obviously, they did use that ult. Maybe, well, they used an ult against a eco side, so you could say that that was a waste of an ult, but I mean, any rounds you get at this point, you need to put in full effort, 100%. Obviously, you need to spread it thin, because you're going to have to fight for every round, you know, through blood, sweat, and tears, but that paranoia doesn't hit Zissou there. It was very close, but he'll find the pick onto Fatinho, and that's the first one for them. They don't have the res available, so they have to actually push all the way through here. They break the wall. They're not going to get in so quickly at this point. 2 players over towards mid means that they can't actually push in with full power when 2 players are standing there waiting for this one. Zissou back up, and now a little lull in energy, but
You will not kill
will
my
try and push
ally.
in.
There it is.
Oh, there we go. There it is.
There's the heal up that you want to see. Coutinho is back up and just to try to attack people through the wall. And so far, the Giants are looking for a pick themselves, at least, as you saw, able to recover from their earlier loss. And it seems like the Giants still are not really sure where to go. They might go for a pizza split into A, but with Yeoman and Cypher how they are, it looks like a pizza push through to B in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they want to head to market, trying to clear out any space there. Make sure there's no utility in mid that they can't get rid of now.
30
So he's
seconds
going
left.
to have to find another pick here. He sees Vitinho dash in, but that's also going to take his attention away as Vitinho pushes in and finds that first pick. Now it's Toronto at the back of the site looking for one. He'll take down Vitinho, but he won't find Hoodie, who gets the trade, and it's a 4v3 now. They have control of the site, and means that they can just get this spike down. And look at the positioning of the last two players
10
after the
seconds
neural
left.
theft. You can see one
Spike
is over
planted.
towards B main here, one over towards market. It makes it very difficult for Oxygen to get in, and they know that they need to back up and just save these weapons, save these ults, make sure that they can just close it out in a safe fashion, which would not happen this round.
Yeah, definitely so. This is the right decision to make. You have the two gonna turn into a one-round advantage, and that will aid you because, of course, you don't want to go to OT. Anyways, Glove's gonna get an exit frag onto Ambi, something to work with as well for the next round, forcing some cash to come out from Giants for it, and it's gonna be for all the marbles. Will you go to overtime? It's all on Giants, or will Oxygen just close it out on map 1? We expected this to be close between them. We explained why in the pre-match, why we expect it to be the way, given their performances in Turkey for Oxygen and Giants in EMEA EU region. So let's see how it goes. This is all on you, Giants. Gonna need to save yourselves here and buying up whatever they can. 2 SMGs for OXG, but they're still the operator on Glove.
Yeah, well, we're looking towards another overtime, it looks like. I mean, Giants, they're getting up that economy, but the economy means nothing anymore because they can't lose a round whatsoever.
Get out of my way.
2 SMGs on the side of Oxygen, though, does give them a little bit of advantage in this one, and Vitinho has his Blade Storm out. He's looking for that
Blocking
first
sight.
pick. One player either side here with that crossfire is going to make it very difficult for that to happen, though, and the rest of his team, they're over towards mid, looking for some map control at the very least. Oxygen playing safe defaults. I don't want to give away a crumb of a man advantage to the Giant side now.
So, Ambi going up for the Aldrone, yes, and he's going to scout about, check through pizza. This is going to be a classic split through into really whichever side you want at that point where you can overwhelm. It's a 2-2 split, but there's one player, the Killjoy, just sitting in the center side. So, again, any point in time, jump up into heaven out of guarded. David setting up, and there's a bit of cover. Glove will find the kill. The flash out, and another one as well to keep him alive. They go for the flank.
What?
David! What
David
happened?
gets taken down somehow by Zisto. In pushes Vitinho. He doesn't know one player's on the other side, though, and Zisto will find the second pick. Now Andy finds Glove, but they're pushing in, and it's too late. Hoodie will find one, but Zisto sprays them down for the 4K and the map point. They'll get it. It's 1-0 to Oxygen in a 13-11 game. How close was that? But in the end, Oxygen so clean in a number of rounds to just win out in clutch situations.
Man, I mean, pardon the pun, but OXG can finally take a breath after this one because they really got pushed to the edge in it. And we were talking about how this 100% could go to overtime. It definitely got so close to it. I wouldn't have been surprised if it were the case. But that double flash, I think too many people pushed up pizza, and David P could not collect the relatively easy 2 kills that he had. His opponents were distracted, and he couldn't really do much about it. And once that moment happened, we're like, come on, man. It was so close. And it just goes to show that at the highest level competition in Valorant, every single tiny mistake will cost you not just a round, but potentially the entire game. So congratulations to the Turkish team for taking map 1 in this series. I'm very excited to see what more they could offer map 2 and a potential map 3. It's all in the Giants' hands at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be back in 10-15 minutes with the next map. We'll see you there, but don't go anywhere. I've been Twiggy. This is Milosh. We'll just see you in a little bit. Ah, look at that. Look. Did it hurt when? It did. It was very painful. You know, the reason I'm not in Berlin right now is because I lost my legs fully.
What? Lieutenant Dan, is that you?
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this mirror comp. Ooh, well, not mirror. Toronto is picking the Raze instead of the Jet from Ambi, but still. Hello. Still. Still.
So, what do you say? I mean, the Omen is the commonality. Cypher on both sides. Yeah, the Raze. I mean, what? Just let's not mirror this, okay? It's good we see the Jet and Breach.
Choose your agent.
Pulling away. There's some differentiation between the two sides. And looking back at our first map, it is very clear to see that these teams are pretty close between them and their current level of competition. And at Split, OXG have played this map 22 times. They've won it 77%. That is, again, in the Turkish region. On the other side with Giants, they've won it 28, or played it 28%, 28 times. Just all over the place. 64% win rate. What is the split between the two sides? It is equal between the two. 58 to 55, and then a 50 to 61. So in the end, evens out for them. So yeah, much like map 1, I would not be surprised if we also went to OT or very close to that, like we had, 20 minutes ago. So hey, stick around for the action.
Yeah, Oxygen obviously wanting to close this out in quick fashion. They want to go into map 3, where they will be at equal kind of odds to lose out the series, obviously. Get it done with right now. Let's get it over with. Finish it out with a bang this time. A bit more of an aggressive comp. They've got Glove on the Breach. They've got Toronto on that Raze, which is going to be much more pushing power. Obviously, Breach is very, very common on Split. Raze, same there as well. But, I mean, you do see a lot of variance in comps on Split, but I think this is probably the most common one from both teams. The most common kind of, central 3 or 4 agents you'll see. So, well, Giants are on the attack first. They're going to head towards B to begin with. Unity using that wall straight away up on mid. On pistol round, that's very effective. You can't break it so quickly. Now comes the paranoia, and Zisto's going to have to back all the way up there. Let them in for free. They'll get the spike down. Nice.
Very well done here. Glove is going to fall back for just a moment, awaiting his teammates. Going to come in. Zisto does not want to go in solo, and he's going to dink and get one, but can't get the second. The frenzy of Ambi is doing work. A flash would have been great to combine a bit before. Glove will still be able to shut down Ambi in that case on the Jet. Right click to win, and Unity somehow finding the headshot, but Meadow and David are going to keep on spraying themselves. Right click to win as well for Unity, too. Taken down, and a defuse will come in, leaving 2 alive on the Oxygen side. They'll take the first round, but Giants at least got that spike down, so Giants have the decision to make. Do we buy up? Do we fight this? Or do we just call it quits and set ourselves up for an actual buy round later?
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
your answer.
I mean, 3... Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're going to force up into this one. Well, Oxygen, only 3 casualties. It's not too bad on that first round. And I mean, winning the first round on Split on defense, quite a positive position to be in. That's why I think Giants are going to be buying up into this. So it's a difficult position to be in for them, especially when, every round they lose is a difficult, it's another bit of that hill to climb that they don't really want to be in. So they're going to buy up into this one and hope that they can just get as many... Well, hope that they can get the round win first off, but if failing that, get rid of as many weapons for the Oxygen side as possible and make it an awkward buy up into next round. Zisto again is going to be backed up by that, and Fatinho comes around the corner, but Zisto's there quick with that kill. Meadow will find Unity up in heaven, and the spray catches Glove a little bit. He'll come back round and find one pick onto Hoodie, but Ambi and Meadow are there for the trades, and now it's 3 players left on the side of Giants against the 2 of Oxygen. Zisto trying to retake any position he can, but Ambi is waiting for that push from him. And only 1 player left on Mites up in heaven.
Very low on HP, the Cypher Giants, and to the Jet of Ambi, very close and pushed up. Zistu was smoked this entire time, couldn't really do much. They see where the spike is, and they're going to force the play. Good double up here from the attacking side, but at the end, it's the Giants with David winning it out against Mites at the end. That is the spike down, and this will go the way of Giants before Oxygen can really get it rolling on their defense. They'll be forced to go for just some sheriffs, maybe some light shields here and there. No, it looks like a full save for OXG. And a couple rifles here and there. Basically a scrappy one for the Giants.
Yeah, by winning that second round, I mean, they've afforded themselves a round on the board, but your economy's going to be absolutely ruined by buying up into this next round. It's an awkward position no matter which way you spin it. 2 rifles, they're going to have to win this round if they want to save up. A shoulder of glove was seen there by Ambi, and he turns around the corner quick with the 2 headshots. Unity's going to have to back well out of that position now. Meadow is waiting for a flank coming through from these Oxygen players, and after the trapwire's broken, he'll find one, but they've given away a rifle now to Maitez. It makes a little bit of noise over towards Suez there, but the rest of the Giants players, they're undeterred. They're going to move in towards A, 2 trying to clear that ramp's position. But the rest of the players are going to head in towards site and try and get the spike down. It's all up to Mites to find his picks, but he turns around the corner unaware. He'll find David P and Ambi for his 3 kills, which actually puts the rest of the Giants players in an awkward position as he tries to push him out here. Hoodie, he'll find the head of Mites, who was just concealed a little bit by the smoke there, and now it's just Unity with the Sheriff coming through Suez to try and clean everything up.
So, what can Unity do in this position? Giants are just, they're in plant position. They're going to go for it here. A very safe spot in the back of the site. And Unity has come up. He does have a wall, so he can potentially separate between the 2, but they're doubling up on purpose, and they know exactly where he is now. Be able to slow players down, but they are just staying behind every single wall possible. He's going to try to engage one by one, but Hoodie's waiting, slams it, and gets the last kill for the Giants to make it 2-1, but it was a full eco for OXG, which, you know, given everything, pretty good. They still took down 3 players. Pretty impressive in that situation.
Luckily, saving 2 players in that round for Giants was just what they needed, because they could save up those 2 rifles that they afforded themselves last round, and they're going to be able to buy up fully this round. I mean, if they lost 1 more player, it would have been an awkward situation. They only just about have enough money to buy up around those other 2, because the last 3 players saved, so everything turned out quite nicely for them, but well, Oxygen, they're going to be able to buy up once again. So they're going to be able to fully contest this round from the Giants side. The logo, hello. Oh, and they push. And Zisto sprays down a few of the Giants players. He'll do a lot of damage, but no kills for his side. David P coming in from behind. He'll find the head of Zisto. Take that down, and he's pushing it through there. The flash is out of glove, and he'll also find, you know, he won't find Unity. Never mind, but that was a great push from David P, giving himself a lovely bit of control there, and now the rest of the Oxygen players, they're pushed well out of there. 1 up in heaven, they know that. The other 2, they're over towards CT. A fake teleport there from Mites, just making sure that, well, Giants aren't too comfortable with their position. He comes around the corner, but Ambi's quick with a headshot. Meadow will find Toronto, and Unity has to clean up everything by himself once again. It's not going to happen. Vitinho is there with the headshot, and it's 3 rounds now for the Giants.
Yep. The Vodafone Giants are definitely not phoning it in for these first few rounds, and they're doing excellently, breaking the economy of Oxygen on the defense whenever they can. Gonna see a few pistols, Sheriffs going out with a couple of light shields, but otherwise the Giants are looking good with rifles across the board, and they're starting to bank up enough cash for the future. So where is the decision going to be made here for the next play? It looks like it's going to be dedication on the B, as is tradition right now. And that was, man, you got to feel real bad there.
Oh, where will it be? Well, with that in mind, Vitinho, he comes around the corner, and it's a flight moment for him, getting the head of Unity taken well off. 3 players left on the Oxygen side, and they've only got Sheriffs at this point. David P waiting for the push from Zisto, and he's going to push him well back into mid now. The rest of the Oxygen players, they're going to join Toronto up in heaven. Just look for a pick. That's all they want out of this Meadow, though. He'll stop that from happening to begin with. Mites, he'll find the head of Hoodie. So that's 1 in their favor, but David P's coming round from behind. He'll find the first onto Mites. Takes the second look, though. It took a little too long, and Zisto finds the head. He's looking for another one. He'll find Meadow through the wall. Picks up the Phantom, only on 30 HP, but can he clutch it out? It's looking a lot more likely than it did a second ago. Vitinho shoulder peeking the corner, trying to keep him out of that position, but he's gonna in the end opt to save the Phantom, get out of that. I mean, heroics from Zisto, but in the end not gonna try and push his luck any further.
I mean, that's still pretty good. If you can find 1 more kill, it's gonna be huge. We'll get close to it and won't be able to save up the the rifle for the next round. Oh, the PJ salt all over. Oh man, can we sprinkle some salt in chat, please? Thank you very much.
PJ salt.
Honestly, absolutely fantastic.
The favorite brand of salt.
Exactly. That's the internet's favorite type of salt. Definitely so. But in the end, Giants very well done. They immediately realized, hey, B's open. Let's just go for it, and they did not hesitate at all. Yes, they took one-by-one gunfights, and that was, you know, not super great if you ask me.
Get
but
out
in
of
the
my way.
end, still able to. Paranoia is out, and the dash from Vitinho, unfortunately, that is definitely not a showstopper of a move, but another one on the Métis, but Toronto is already down.
Well, just got to hold down this site though, and Hoodie's there quick with the headshot. They can get control of that and get the res up on Ambi, who still has the knives available, was killed after that kill, so still has all 5 in hand. Now in pushes the rest of the players, but there goes Ambi once again, dead again. Just it's you know, one of those real-life moments. Oh, Ziso takes down Meadow, spraying down on site. Hoodie will find a 3rd head, and he's looking for another one, but it's a 2v2 down. Both players on Giant side are low HP. Hoodie trying to hold down site by himself because David P is over towards Raps. He tries to spray one down. He'll get one through the wall, looking for his second, but Unity is there with the trade. 4 kills for Hoodie, but that's not quite enough to keep them away from site, and the spike is down on the ground. David P now has to get the kill. There's no other way about it. He'll teleport over towards site. It's all about this game of cat and mouse for him, and it's slowly played by Unity, who knows that he can just give this away and wait for David P to get the spike started planting.
30 seconds.
Around the corner though, he's playing it aggressively and finds out where Unity is. Can back up, try and get this spike down, and he'll get it almost for free. He fakes it, but Unity is there. It's cool, calm, and collected. Unity will finish out that round, and it's now 2-4 to Oxygen.
Unfortunate there for the Omen. He had such little HP, around 30 or 40 HP left. And Unity was maxed with shields. It would have been very difficult for him to win out the gunfight. Good attempt, but in the end, OXG played so well. The first couple of picks that we saw, especially the one on the jet, was very important. The rest came out and all, but it was still not enough. Well done. So what do the Giants do in this case? Well, they're gonna double up on B. Looks like it. They're gonna be stunned out here, and Unity will close the door out. So rotation is gonna happen, and this is gonna just lead them towards ropes. Zambi only checking this, or are they gonna commit to this A take? Is the question.
MB is descending down the ropes, along with, I think that was David P that was joining him. Hoodie is going to join them as well now. Toronto is holding down that position and might find the head of Ambi, and Mitas has come up for that. Looking for the crossfire, the smoke isn't enough. Hoodie will find the trade onto Mitas and make his way over towards Ramps, but Hoodie's good for headshots all over the place and heals himself back up as well, so back to 100 HP with 24 armor. Now the Neural Theft is being used. That'll find out where those last 3 Oxygen players are hiding, those sneaky boys, as they're up in heaven, all 3 of them, waiting for anything they can find. No, they're looking down onto site, but Hoodie just doesn't miss the heads. He's looking for a 4th, but Zisto can't quite find it before he turns around the corner. Vitinho will find Glove now, and it's a 4v1 as Zisto is caught in a pretty difficult position. Has the Neural Theft available, but has no bodies to, or no corpses to find.
I don't know how much he can do. At least they're all looking the other way. Potentially, no, they turn around the right moment. So there it is, Meadow for the finale. The Cypher on Cypher play. It's a 5-2, and the Giants on their attacking side are doing it well. And just to look at it again from numbers point of view, they, what is it? Usually on their attacking side, they're pretty 50-50. So,
Okay.
gotta look into that for the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're doing incredibly well this game, but keep in mind they did win 4 rounds in a row in the first game and still lost it 13-11 to Oxygen, who are absolutely massive on that second half, and this time playing on a completely different map, and it's a completely different stage to go on, and well, Oxygen, they have a little more of an attacking comp. Last time they played defense second, had a more defensive comp. This time they're playing attack second, and they have a more attacking comp, so you never know. They do seem to be a momentum-based team, and see how they do it. The wall comes up there from the Giants, and the Boombot is going to catch Unity, so that gets some free entry into the site, but Toronto says no, not today. He takes down Ambi with 2 clean headshots, only taking 40 damage for his troubles, and it means that Oxygen now have control of the site that Giants were trying to get into. Even with low economy, low weapons, they've made it happen, and looking for more picks would be absolutely massive for them. Meadow will take down Glove. It's actually not enough to give them full control of this site as they move in. Oxygen still have the onus on them to get a couple more picks now.
So David's going to be able to find one there on the Razor Toronto and just bring through the smoke, the dink, and the fall for middies. But David P instantly on as this through the Cypher. Arizona leaves the Omen solo. What will middies do? He's actually going to commit to this. Teleport down. He's going to be spotted. Able to get a shot there, but not really enough to finish it out. The 3 players left at 6-2 for the Giants, who immediately, again, saw the opportunity, went for it. The plant on the B side. They're so effective at doing it. It's really impressive.
Absolutely. Again, they were against an eco team, but Oxygen doing well to get 2 picks, but in the end, Giants, they close it out in calm fashion, and they make it happen. They're going to head towards A this time. You can see those, look at those lines being put up. Maybe they're smokes, maybe they are. Fatinho going, I'm going to go for a double-packed showstopper. Here we go. Let's see what he can do. Up on the wall, goes for his first, the second. He's coming in with a showstopper. He spreads it towards screens, but Hoodie catches him to the chase. -8! -8! A wasted showstopper. Disgusting. Terrible. What are they doing? Oh well. They get in towards sight. I'm just joking, by the way. Good shot from Hoodie and didn't even need the showstopper. So beautiful. Now Oxygen have to retake this one. Mitas has already come around the back looking for a pick coming from ramp there, but Fatinho, I think, is watching that position. So it's going to be a difficult retake, and we can see that there's one player flanking around here from the Giants side. That's David P. Fatinho finds the first pick onto Mitas. 2 players in screens. Unity will find Hoodie down from heaven. And a lot of that's an awkward position, but David P eventually comes in from behind, finds Unity. The showstopper from Toronto finds Fatinho, but he's backed up in screens, and David P is coming in from behind. He knows that the Satchel comes through, and he's going to get himself into elbow, but there's no time left. The bomb is ticking down, and Meadow, he'll finish him off. It's the 7th round for Giants in what can only be described as a terrifyingly, like, what would you call it? Like a sensory overload round.
Definitely sounds like it. Yes, honestly, the 2 showstoppers are out. One of them got to kill the tail end. The double pack with the Sage Well looked really good. Like, that Cypher was gonna get it. And then it was taken away. Honestly, I just feel sad at that point for Fatinho. Like, dude, it was his deal. It was his thing. Why do you have to do it? Just leave Brittany alone, man.
He put out the pings and everything. You can't take it away from the man. Well, he'll make up for it with another pick onto Toronto. They push through. Ambi doesn't care about the player stuck in there. And Meadow will take down Zisto, so now they get free entry into the site. Once again, Mites, he's going to go for an aggressive teleport. Look at this. He uses it in behind, but Fatinho's ready. Unity will find the one tap onto Ambi over towards screens there, but the bomb buddy is just slowly making its way towards screens, where the last 2 Oxygen players are sat waiting for the Giants to make a mistake. In comes Glove, but the head is found by Fatinho, and the 4th for him as well. Onto Unity. He's cleaning him up, and that'll definitely make up for that -8. He's almost got his ult once again.
Incredible play from Fatinho over the past year. Really, this entire matchup in general. 11-4 with 3 assists is what he's got. Rifles will be in order and in play for both of these squads. 8 rounds for the Giants is pretty darn impressive. I don't know how you can come back from this one on the second half. I'll remind everybody that Oxygen did win map number 1, so it is all on the Giants to try to take it to map 3. And map 1 got real close to going OT. It was 13-11, and at any point in time, Giants would have been able to turn it around. So pretty close.
Oh. Absolutely. Giants spread across the map at this point. They know they've already got 8 rounds in hand in this half. There goes up towards B. Looks like they want to go for that, but Ziso's quick with the headshot. He's looking for a second onto Hoodie. The sprays through the cage. Might be able to find it. He knows that Fatinho's in the same place as before. He sprays it down, and Fatinho's already on low HP. But in the end, gets away with his life. Still 5v5. Toronto turns around the corner. He'll find one head, but there's so many players, he can't find any more. Meadow will take down 2 and get them entry to this site. 3 ults available for the Oxygen side, but Fatinho pushes in, finds one. The trade from Unity is cancelled out by Hoodie. And now 3 low HP Giants players versus 1 full HP Oxygen player. Oh. In some ways, you could call this even, but I don't know about that. 3 guns are available for the Giants side, and oh, Mites! Oh, Meadow!
He's
Meadow
so
doesn't-
close.
30 seconds
I don't know
left.
if he even saw him.
Spike
Right.
planted.
I think Meadow. I don't think it mattered if he went for that. I think he wanted to stay over towards B, fake that B plant as the plant went down over towards A. But well, now he knows where he is. Mitez. He will find the first pick, only taking 13 damage there, or 26 on the armor as well. But still very much alive. Can he find the last two? He has his ult available. The From the Shadows, right there. One player in ropes. One player over towards ramp. So it's a difficult situation to clear out all of this area. And he's playing it slowly. He doesn't have much time left, though.
They're looking for exits at this point. Oh,
Yeah.
lost phantom control at distance.
No charges now.
Honestly, not always the
Last
easiest.
round
but
before the switch.
they'll go for the Giants. It's the last round on the swap, and again, they found the opening. They plant behind screens, and they were looking good on A with, exactly like you mentioned, one player staying on B to make sure that the Cypher in that case of Meadow, just to the laser ones, to fake them. Make sure that their attention is pulled out elsewhere. He lost his life. Not sure if he actually saw where the omen was, but you know, fair enough. And this is probably the round where you're gonna finally see all the utility, all the opens being used up. Finally.
You could see up there in the corner, Fireflux up 7-1 against FPX. Not a result we were expecting so far. Fireflux is the lowest seed from Commonwealth of Independence. Oh no, that's Forza. Sorry. Fireflux is. Oh no, I've forgotten all of my teams. I can't remember where they were seeded, but I think FPX were definitely seeded above them coming through in week 1. Well, not looking the way they want to go now, but Mitez, he'll take down Ambi. They're looking to get into this round once again, get into this half. Obviously the last round and a half. If they can get this one, makes it back to that 7-round deficit, but Meadow and Fatinho aren't letting that happen. Take down 2, and another one for Fatinho. He takes down Mitez. The res onto Zisto will try and give them some more entry into this. Unity takes down Hoodie as well, but the paint grenade of Fatinho finds Glove. It's down to a 3v2. Meadow takes down Unity and Zisto. They'll finish it out. It's a 10-2 half for Giants. Quite one-sided so far.
Switching sides.
Very much so. I mean, you're expecting the teams to be a lot closer after we watched our first map, and if you're just comparing map 1 to 2 with numbers and stats between them and their history over the past few months of performance. So this is unfortunately not something that, quote unquote, is relayed by the numbers. But that's why we say, you know, numbers on their own, they don't tell you the whole story, because we get to see these two different play styles that go up against one of these two different regions that we haven't been able to really see up until this point, with the Turkish region with Oxygen coming up and showing us what they have against what a lot of people are considering this kind of underdog mid-tier team from EU. Ambi will get the first one onto Toronto, and David immediately for the second. He's dropped. Fatinho one more. But Mitez will get one on Ambi. He gets 2 in total, but it's still a Giants advantage in a 3-2.
Yeah, you can see one coming around from behind. Fatinho gets one tap by Ziso, though. Hoodie, it's going to be all up to you to take these players by surprise if Ziso doesn't realize that somebody could be coming around here. He put down the... No, once again, I think he's looking for a pick. I don't think he's trying to limbo that one. Your forehead's a little too big for that one, Hoodie. He's just waiting for somebody to turn around the corner. But Ziso doesn't want to do that. He's already put down that trap wire, so he knows when somebody's going to come around from behind. Meadow is up in heaven, and somehow, Oxygen, they've retaken control of this round completely. The onus is really now on the Giants players. They know one's coming around from behind. They don't know where the second player is just yet, but a footstep from Hoodie. Looking around, did my feet drag behind me? What happened there? Oh well, doesn't matter. They know you're there. Ziso spots Hoodie, but no shots will go either way. Mine's looking for another one. The head of Ziso is found, and Hoodie will find the second. Well, from the jaws of defeat, they managed to get back into the round after those first 3 picks. So, quite happy for them, and they will make it penultimate match point.
Giants, man. They're really starting to live up to their name. Not gonna lie. This has been a tough one. I know there's a lot of OXG fans that are watching out there. This has definitely been a tough map to watch, especially when you compare it to our first one, where, you know, there were so many moments where OXG, you know, they're getting 4 or 5Ks flawless rounds. We're not really seeing that map 1 performance here on our side.
Let's make some chaos.
I think the expectations were set higher. Not gonna lie. So,
Yeah.
what can OXG go in this one? The double quick peek here with the explosives, and Toronto is not gonna find anyone up by windows. Just ambience further back. It's gonna peek out and then dash directly by ropes escaping. That's a cash money dash. But a grenade. Oh, still able to finish up one, but the dive. Two players go down.
Mid.
Three
Oh,
actually
no.
for OXG. And what's going on, Twiggy?
Not sure that was a great idea, jumping back down into the Oxygen players. They got one pick for it, but the trades came through quite quickly. Now it's a 2v2. I mean, Oxygen, they have the spike in
Last
hand and they
player
can move
standing.
towards B, but David P is going to be waiting there for you. Toronto gets around the corner somehow. He's down to about 2 HP at this point, but he can get the spike planted quite happily now as David P waits for his teammate to get round with him. It's just Toronto, 7 HP. Very difficult job to defend this one. Has a paint grenade available. But you've got 2 full HP players to defend this one against. And they know exactly where you are, I think. David P smoking off CT. Toronto playing it slow, playing it quietly. He moves in. He hears one to his left. Probably went towards sight. He'll find the head of Meadow, but David P's quick with the trade. Just about manages to keep that round in their favor. Now it is map point for Giants, looking to make it 1-1 in quite one-sided fashion.
Was there a timeout called at any point in time?
Ooh,
It feels like
no, I don't remember one.
Mel, our wonderful, most amazing producer.
No.
Nope. So
There hasn't been a timeout.
from both Mel and SaltyJay, our observer for this game, we can say this: there has been no timeouts, which is kind of surprising, isn't it? Huh? Like, how do you put us in this one? OXG just kind of forgot about it. I'm wondering, has it gotten into their heads?
Possibly. They're just going to run through mid this time. They break down the wall, and blind Hoodie isn't going to be able to find a pick there. Fatinho is going to have to get the hell out of dodge. Throws down the paint grenade, but not going to find anybody with it. Cutting off their push before it comes a bit too much for them. Toronto turns around the corner straight into Meadow, and Meadow finds a second onto Sisto. Fatinho comes up with the blast back over the wall, finds another one, and Meadow takes his third. Ambi will finish it out. It's 13-2 for Giants, and they've made it 1-1 in the series. We're going to map 3.
That was incredibly impressive, not gonna lie. As one-sided as it could have gotten. And yeah, I don't know if you have a violin sitting somewhere in your room, because it looks like
Sad
maybe you have
violin.
one. But Sad Violin is the perfect song to play here. So I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't a timeout called at any point in time. Maybe at some point OXG were saying, you know what, it's okay. We didn't really feel comfortable going into this map anyway, so let's just get it out of the way, reset mentally, and then prep ourselves for map 3, which is, as I scroll up to try to find it, we are going to Breeze. Okay, I am a huge Breeze guy. OXG have never played Breeze on a competitive stage. Giants, it's a lot more. It's 2 times, and they played against Liquid, and they lost that 13-10, which is pretty impressive if you ask me in general against Liquid. But other than that, it's not really much to work with. So both of these teams kind of coming in with blank slates, and I'm curious agents-wise what the two will be going for, because OXG literally have no data on this map. So,
well, we'll see. Yeah, I feel like EU has very much adopted Breeze as kind of one of those big maps. We've kind of thrown Icebox in the trash. I don't want to play with you anymore kind of thing, and picked up Breeze. A lot of teams have. So
nice.
we'll see. I love Breeze. Breeze is great. Well, we'll have to see how it works out. We're going to take another quick break, another 15 minutes before we get back into the next game. Take a little breather, get a drink, maybe get something to eat. It's getting quite late now. So I've been Twiggy. This is Milosh. We'll see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody who had us off in the background. Unmute us if you had us muted, or if you're just like listening.
How
in
can
the
they
background.
hear you?
No.
If they had us muted, how can they hear you?
make a very
it's a
good point.
logical fallacy.
Okay, there's a reason I'm a play-by-play, Milosh. Anyway, if you had us in the background with the sound on, bring back up the tab. Get back in here. Let's see what's going on here. We got Toronto and Fatino on the Jets. I'm kind of liking that. And we've also got a lot of different stuff going on in terms of controllers. Only one controller on the side of the Giants, but we got two on Oxygen. Kind of expected. We're seeing a double initiator for the Giants, though. We're seeing a Sky and a Sova. Interesting. What do you make of this?
The Sky is... Breeze is the one map where I'm going to say I'm still not sold on the Sky. I've been proven wrong a couple times in the past when I say, like, maybe here is not the best place to go for it. But given how effective teams have been at figuring out that pyramid side, I'm not surprised that Sky gets to see so much play, because it allows you to control flash out players in double doors, flash out players that are behind the pyramid, flash out players that are sitting in box. And of course, Viper is the most important part of playing Breeze in general. So that kind of duo helps really well, because you close out sightline and then you flash and you go in, you plant, and at the same time you're taking more and more control. That works for both attackers and for defenders. So I'm not surprised that Sky is being played for both of them. The Cypher is very strong overall if you're able to get good intel with them, especially over on that B site for Giants who are running him in this matchup. Jet overall great, Killjoy also overall pretty great. You can use her for so many things on this map. A lot of crowd control. So I'm very happy with the lineups. I think they're different in what they're trying to fulfill roles wise, but still very effective.
Okay, well, we're going straight into it here, and Hoodie, he's going to send his Trailblazer in towards A, finds one. Mitas, he's already on the flank coming through Tube here with his friend as well. So two going to come round the back of the two players that are pushing in here, and they're not going to be ready for it at all. Ambi's in his out drone. He's going to be taken down immediately. Might want to finish that one off, Mites, but he gets it in the end. Toronto finds that one. Zisto finding Fatinho, but the Giants are pushing in through mid now, and they've actually found 3 picks. They've made it a 3v2 already. It didn't matter that the Oxygen players were pushing in so quickly from the back. They're actually going to head over towards A as well, hearing the players move back, or towards B as well, hearing the players move back towards A from the Oxygen side. Look, there he goes, David P. He's going to get in, get that spike down nicely. Now Glovey, he's trying to push in here. I don't think they know yet. Once this spike goes down, they will realize that they went the wrong way. And all of the players from the Giants, they backed out all the way. So, turned out pretty positively for them.
Yep. And OXG might be looking for the retake in this one. There's rotations coming in here. Oh, the walls might be helpful here. Gonna be pinging out Unity. There it is. They just go out for things. 13 HP left here on the sky, and Levy going for the final peak. He's gonna get taken down by Meadow on the Cypher. 13 HP left on him, but it doesn't matter. 3 left with their pistols. It's a round 1 for the attackers with a spike planted. Plenty of cash, full save for Oxygen. And you will notice a trend, ladies and gentlemen, of how it usually goes on Breeze. The attackers are going to have a good time. So getting as many rounds as you can on the attacking side is quintessential to a good Breeze.
Well, absolutely, and they did do that. They brought up 2 rifles in this round. Obviously, laying up a rifle, very risky, high risk, high reward. Because if you give that weapon away to the other side, they don't have to buy for another few rounds. They're quite happy to just take it away from you into the next round. But David P comes through, he finds one onto Mites, and Toronto has to get the hell out of there. He'll find the head of Hoodie, though. What is that flick? David P will find him in the end, but that's an important pick down for Oxygen. Every one they get gives them that little bit of advantage going into the next round, so quite happy with that one. And, well, the Giants, they have to retake their way back in now. They gave up that position after losing that player, and Unity's coming in close. He sees Meadow there. They have given away a rifle, but Meadow, he'll take it back into his own hands. Take down Unity. It's a 4v2 at this point. If they can get 1 or 2 more picks, they'll be quite happy with themselves, Oxygen.
Not sure what more they can do in this case. Turret has been deployed to maybe help them out a bit, but Kenya will find 1 and Meadow for the second on Zitsu, and that is the round done for the Giants. They only lost 1 player at the end of the day and pick up all the rifles, so they're happy with it. So let's see what Oxygen do. This time they can buy up, but they really did have to expend a lot of utility in the last round for that 1 kill at OXG, so it's going to cost them a bit to the point where everybody's pretty much down to 0, including Toronto, who currently can only support his light shields. So that is the play for the Giants. Do they end up going for that A play again, or will they attempt a mid-split onto B? Looks like A might be the way to go with the way that they're setting up through the double doors.
Here, and they will find Toronto before Toronto can get anywhere near away from that position. Poison Orb goes out, so David P can get forward. He is being tagged up by the alarm bot there. Mites, though, he goes massive with 2, spraying down the players indoors as Ambi tries to push his way in, but Zisto's there on Overwatch. Glovey finds another one, and that's about that. Oxygen, they take the 3rd round quite handily.
Very much so. The Jet dashed out very quickly. Up and 2, but after that,
I should play some Astro Stars in this reality.
Hey, we're all trying to move through tube, and it's gonna be a great time. Unfortunately, through that split, you're all detected, and you're kind of moving through like. There's really only one way to describe it: like a sausage being encased in that moment, and you're just all gonna get shot down one after the other. The moment they got onto site, it was already done as Oxygen pick up their first round, and looks like pistols overall for the attacking side here.
They do pick up that orb, and that does get them the Viper's Pit available. They also have the Neural Theft in the hands of their Cypher, but it's still a difficult round to win this one. They've got only a couple rifles in their arsenal. He's going to take down the turret inside tube, back out of there, but they're going to head over towards A this time, as you can see that Oxygen, they're taking some map control. They've got full control of mid, they're making sure nobody's pushing onto B, so they can be pretty sure that the rest of the team, they're over towards A. But Mites knows that they're not pushing in through cave just yet, so they probably know exactly that all 5 players are in cave right now, and they can be pretty secure in that idea.
So we're going to be able to detect Metis here. And what can he do? He's going to stay behind the box, and there's the Viper's spit. And no, this guy's in the wrong way. Metis will correct his aim and find 2 for himself before being taken down by Coutinho with his operator. Good spray control. Toronto's out of ammo. He's going to go for the reload real quick.
One enemy remaining.
And dying Meadow directly to the Viper. There's his finisher from Coutinho. But trying to go for defense to make it 2-2. I got really too close.
Oh, it's going to be a close game. I'm very happy about this. As somebody who's very impartial all the time, having a close game is very nice. I say impartial as a joke because I really wanted Guild to win in the first map, in the first series, because I predicted them. They didn't put it on the graphic, luckily, because I would have got roasted for that one. But I got roasted for my last one. I picked 10-star and they did not get through. It was close, but they didn't.
Yep.
Get out of my way.
I can make whatever picks I want because I'm the dumb play-by-play one. So in come Giants. They're going for A once again, and Coutinho does have the knives out. He'll find one pick. He's looking for his second. Zisto doesn't quite get killed by that one, though. He's taken down to 50 HP, but it's not enough to find the kill. He can back up. Oh, and somehow Ambi doesn't find that pick, so Zisto will get one for free as well. It's down to a 4v4, and Giants, they were really hoping those knives would come in clutch in this round, but it hasn't got too much of an advantage for them.
We see the partial firing off in the back. A lot of damage that you can do, and Zisto is going to be able to take down Coutinho. Now pushing up real close to the sky. Long way. Zisto's going to move up. Down to 19 HP. Gets the kill. Alarm bot is up 2, but at the same time, David will take down Glevy. So it's a 2v3, and where's the spike? It's in the hands of Meadow here. Who's in the cave solo. So what is he able to do? If he finds a pick, and maybe it'll be a time for him to move up, and he will get it. Zisto, 2 low on HP, and Meadow trying to make as little noise.
In comes David P from mid. He finds another pick, and it's brought it down to a 2v1. It's just Toronto left. He has full utility, full armor, but well, you're in an awkward position now against 2 players. And you know they're both probably going to head over towards A, but Toronto, look, he's pushed up through mid. He might just find this first. No, Toronto's there with the pick, and now he has the Blade Storm available, but he's just going to wait for the spike to go down. Doesn't know if he's coming back towards A. Just make sure.
10 seconds left.
He'll definitely have to go back towards B now that that's gone up. So it's just Meadow with a Sheriff, no armor, against this one player who has pretty much everything available to him here. Toronto, let's see. Can he do it?
Do you believe? Do you believe?
I do believe. Come on, Toronto. I believe in you. You've got this. Here he comes. I don't feel like the belief would be in Toronto at this point. If you want to believe, you're going to believe in the one player with the lower advantage here. Knows he's inside the smoke. Actually doesn't get the half here, Toronto, unfortunately. So he's going to fake it, get back out. He saw where he went there, and the time's ticking down, and Meadow somehow has turned this round in his own favor. It's ring around the rosy, and the headshot to close it out. Meadow has made it happen somehow, some way, gets away with his life as well. It's a miracle.
Do you believe?
I believe.
Do you believe? There it is.
My.
The Giants. What a play from Meadow, the Cypher, and it forces the timeout. Where was that timeout last map, huh?
Yeah. Come on,
We
Oxygen.
did not see it at all. Oxygen finally taking the breather here with the timeout. I was like, okay, guys, got something done, but those last couple rounds did not look super good. So we're going to have to find a way to get through it. Giants.
Mel showing off the free cam. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, Fireflux on match point there.
Are they? Ooh.
Oh, sorry. This is obviously Jay's. My bad. Mel is the one talking in my ear, so I said her name. Sorry, Jay. Love you, my friend.
Are they not the same person?
Because I said it wrong the first time. I said your name twice there, so you get double the shout out for your amazing observer skills. See how it works? There we go. Anyway, we're gonna go into the. Oh, look, the tea party. It's a tea party. Yay!
Oh, it's cute.
It's my favorite.
Isn't that cute? I wonder what
The
type of
jambon.
jamon.
Yeah.
Jamon.
Beautiful. Jamon.
Jamon.
Giants will be very happy with me for that one.
Yes.
Speaking Spanish there.
I would think so. SaltyJay has already filed for divorce papers in this one, Twiggy. So very sorry, but
I'm taking the kids.
So there's Meadow setting up his cameras, trying to get as much info as possible. There's nobody through mid just yet. He's going to be smoke out at the same time. And well, Fatima and the team actually push on to B. The Viper trying to delay, and you see the rotations from Oxygen back to B to hold off the rotation.
Yeah, Giants conglomerated over towards elbow and main there, making sure they have that full position completely guarded, but having taken that position altogether, you're letting people in behind. Obviously, the Cypher with the trap wires is making sure that nobody gets through for free, but you're so far away that you're not going to be able to punish anybody for going on that flank just yet. As Oxygen, they actually head over towards B, and look, there are 3 players watching this angle, and then you've got 1 player coming in from behind, only 1 player on A. Ambi's going to mark 1, but they push in, and Toronto finds 1 through the wall there. That's beautiful. Onto Fatinho. And the rest of the team push in here. Meadow is going to try and make his way in through tunnel there, but in comes Toronto with 3. Takes out the Blade Storm for his 3rd, and he's looking for the ace. He's going to come through. The rest of the players know. Mitez, how could you do this to your friend Toronto? Well, only 29 HP on Ambi now. Toronto's looking for his 4th at the very least. Turns around the corner with the classic. That'll do it. 3-3, and it's a flawless round for Oxygen, and in quite beautiful fashion too.
Very well done. Looks like the timeout for the Giants did not really pay out, and it was an attacker timeout in that. 3-3 here, and let me reiterate. Remember at the beginning of Breeze when I said attackers usually have a pretty darn good time on here, just because of, as you can tell, how open the map is, how strong Viper is on here in combination with the Sky, having the Sova as well, Hunter's Fury. It really helps you out with a combination of a Viper, Spit, or Seekers as well. There's so much that can be done for the attackers, especially with that agent lineup, but even then, not really being used to his full advantage. And Toronto gets the first aggressive pick and doesn't even fall back completely. He's still holding on to double doors, and now he's gonna go back maybe a bit further. So honestly, Oxygen, they are not afraid in this one. They're proving it.
Well, he knew he got the spike down with that one, so he held on to the position, but he's going to give it away in the end. The rest of the Giants team, they are heading around towards mid, try and regain that position and maybe go for the A split coming through here. Ambi and Meadow over towards Cave. The rest of the team, they're over mid, just trying to make sure that, well, Toronto doesn't come through again with that operator and keep on it. Fatinho, he has an operator of his own, and he's coming around to double doors, looking for searching through with that. Well, the door's guiding his aim. Oh, sees him. Oh, that's a tag onto Zisto through the wall. Down to 15 HP now. Has the lockdown available, but not in a position to use it at this point. And in come the Vodafone Giants players. They're heading in. Hoodie, who we know is good for the headshots, takes down 1, and Zisto's just trying to stay away from it, but he knows that there's players coming from all angles. Hoodie will take down Zisto now, and Toronto's being hounded down from Cave as well, gets blinded up by the guiding light. 69 HP, trying to get another pick, but Meadow is coming through onto Glove there, and it's just the last 2 players of the Oxygen side pushing through. Hoodie, his 3rd headshot. Toronto will find 1 onto Fatinho, but it's 3 players left to clear up, and you've only got an operator in hand. It's a difficult situation now as the Giants players, they can just hold these safe positions and make sure he doesn't get through onto these last 3 picks.
So Toronto, what can he do? This is very smart from the Giants to just not get aggressive. They know they're facing up against an operator. All they have to do is hold their positions. It might be quote-unquote boring to watch, but this is the exact way to play it. The Sky peaks, and this is why they were doing it. You smoke cut, you get out of there as the Jet, you get an exit frag, you're happy with the operator to stay there, but the round goes the other way, and Giants are able to collect a 4th one. They won't be able to take down Toronto on the Jet at the end of it. And it was so great to see how Oxygen were overwhelmed, really. The Killjoy couldn't do anything, instantly tagged down at 15 HP, and the moment Zitsu tried to do anything around that pyramid area, it got tapped and taken out by the Sky. So you gotta be real careful. Every single time you make a tiny mistake, you take too much damage, and you know that your opponents are gonna bounce into it. But happy time, at least for Oxygens, that they collected the operator, and that means that they will force buy with whatever they have to really give it their best.
And in come Giants towards A once again. Mites this time, he's up close. No, the Trailblazer is going to catch him immediately, and he's taken down quickly. Hoodie a little bit paranoid, waiting for another push to come through, but no, completely unsupported was Mites there. And I don't know why I'm speaking like it's old English. Sometimes you just gotta take your conjunctions and move them around a little bit. It makes it a little bit fresh. Well, Zisto is going for a little pick, but Fatinho is watching that with the operator. Nah, Zisto thinks the better of it. No, no, please. Zisto, don't do this. He won't tap him. Oh, he hits him, but
Your trail.
Fatinho does get the kill. A little bit of a, you know, they call it the pocket operator, but I don't think it's that powerful at that range. Unfortunate. Well, Giants can move in towards site, get the spike down, and Glove is the first responder on the scene, but he's not going to be able to do much from this position too quickly.
Poison's gone.
Unfortunate there, Glovey. Maybe it would have been better for him to kind of sit back for just a moment. Toronto will collect 1 kill. Unity pushes up and he finds 2 for free. Toronto 4-1, leaving the Cypher last alive. And it's Meadow through double doors. It makes just a bit of noise.
Oh no. Oh, they know he's coming through here now though, because the Viper's pit. Yeah, he's going to push him well forward. He sprees through. He's got a Vandal. They know where he is. They're going to get the defuse. Will they get the kill? 1 tap. Ah, but Unity is there to clean it up. Well, they're going to pick up that operator. Oh, I thought he didn't get it. Oh my god, I thought he didn't get it.
Oy, oy, oy. Oh, close.
Okay. Oh,
He did
everything
it, don't
turned
worry.
out just fine.
It's fine. So, there is the round to tie it up 4-4. Again, Oxygen with 4 rounds on the fence. Honestly, again, they pick up 1 more round and they might be looking relatively comfortable. The reason why I'm not trying to rely much on numbers here is because there really isn't much number-wise for both of these teams to look into. It's only the Giants that played this map against Team Liquid over the past, was it like a couple of weeks ago, 10 days ago? So not really much to work with. But David P instantly in, Mitties is down, and this is the classic way of doing it on the Pyramid A site, going for the plan.
It was found there, but a little bit late on the. Oh my
Spike
god!
down A.
Zisto finds the head of Hoodie somehow, and Unity's used the snake bite onto David P, and it's just in the blink of an eye. Oxygen have taken control of this round. Glovey takes down Meadow, and it's almost flawless from Oxygen. After losing that first pick, they just kind of cleaned it all up and made sure that they won't get in that round. It's so close between these two teams.
I talked about 1 more round, and they're looking pretty for the side swap. You know, they conserve, and I mean Oxygen in this case. They conserve the operator. They conserve these rifles. Timeout is going to be called this time for the attacking side of the Giants. So, what will they do with this? They realize then that they are in a bit of a bind. They're actually on breeze, but whatever. That's a question for another day. I know.
They're in a bit of a breeze, ladies and gentlemen.
It is a pretty big breeze, not gonna lie. But for this one, Giants have to be careful. It is slipping away from them, and the problem is just gunfights. You know, they are over peaking when they have the clear advantages. When you're doubling up with your Viper, you have your Jet as well with extra smokes. You have your Cypher that's watching your back. You got Sova with ult. You get Sky as well that can just, you know, flash around every single corner. You have those advantages that you could use to your own, but unfortunately, it is not being used. And there's the comeback. Oh, Krabby goes down, and FPX is currently leading 14-13 on map 1. There is a comeback, ladies and gentlemen.
There is a comeback there. Oh my god, yeah, absolutely. Still in overtime. There we are. They're making it happen. You know, whoever wrote the script, maybe make it a little more realistic. I'm stealing tweets from Mitch now in the middle of a game.
Oh, no, awful.
That's what you get for not being on broadcast right now. Anyway, in they come. Look at Fatinho coming. No! He gets domed by Zisto. He's not going to make anything happen with that Blade Storm. Not even a single one fired. And that's heartbreak for Vodafone Giants. They move in, but Mites is quick with the headshot onto David P as well. Meadow's stuck in the corner, and round comes Unity. His second onto Ambi. They push all the way through, and it's just Hoodie left, and he can't find a single shot with a Marshall. There's one. He can't find the second, though. Glovey will finish it out. 6-4 now to Oxygen. And they've made half of those rounds in the first half in their favor already.
Oh. The end looks like the timeout didn't really help at all. And 6 rounds for defense. I'm gonna start repeating myself here over the past the next couple of rounds. 6 is really huge for the fans. I cannot downplay that, or it's just, even if I try to, just because of how impressive it is. For the attacking side means that just the Giants have not been able to pull rounds together at all in any way, shape, or form. It all comes down to, are we even winning gunfights? As we saw in the last round, there really are not. And if it's not working on A because you keep pushing through it, then why not isolate B? Try something else. You keep trying to do the same thing and it doesn't work out. That is the definition of insanity. And trying to detect the positions. Is it going to be successful? At least 2 players down. Finally an entry favoring Giants, but instantly to turn it to a 3v3.
Hoodie was, patting the back of David P there, and unfortunately that turns out quite unfavorably for them, as the spray from Zisto will just find the head of one and then the body of the other. There's 3v3 left, and all ults available for the Oxygen side, but out comes the Hunter's Fury. That's going to tag up Zisto once and get the kill on him. Mites is also going to be tagged up, and Fatinho will finish that one off. It's just Toronto left. He has the Blade Storm, but, well, you're against 3 players now. The Operator in hand. Maybe that will come in very handy. He's looking for the first pick at the very least, and he's going to get in close. I think he might want to go for this retake, especially with that Blade Storm available. We'll see, though. Smokes in, looking for a pick. Slowly, methodically clearing out every corner. Meadow on site, 2 players in cave there. Somehow, someway, does not clear out double doors. Luckily for him, nobody is there. He comes round with the Frenzy. He's looking for a pick. Player close. Fatinho misses the shot, and he'll get that. No trade coming out from Meadow just yet. Who's on site? He brings out the Blade Storm, dashes into the smoke. That's one onto Ambi, and he comes forward. There's not much time left, but Meadow is around the corner. He's playing it slow. Hill won't find the kill. Meadow will get it in the end, and it's a beautiful start there from Toronto, but he won't finish out that round quite how he wanted to, and it makes it a 1-round deficit coming into the last round of the half now for Giants.
Something at least you can be comfortable with or proud of, but this is kind of forcing every single credit to go into this buy round, which means light shields all over the place because everybody died at the end. So that's the one thing that...
2 operators?
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
I mean... honestly, show me what you got. It might be getting aggressive in this one. I want to see it.
Is this just me? I am frozen.
No, I am as well.
No, broken. No.
Everybody's so as they land the double operator. Oh, it happened. Go, Twiggy, go.
It happened. They're pushing through. We're still moving. I'm still standing by Elton John, and they get in towards site. They can get the spike down now once they have that. No, they don't have the wall available anymore. That Viper is down, so they can't actually get safely onto site. Now, Zisto, I'm trying to catch up with what happened in the break. It's like having a little... We had a little aneurysm, and now we're back. So, Zisto is holding this part of the site now. Can't find anything. Glavi will take one down from mid, and he'll take a second for Zisto, but Meadow takes one down, and somehow, someway, Oxygen have finished it out. Not sure what happened at the start there, but, well, Oxygen were clean at the end.
7-5 for Oxygen on their defensive half. Just pretty impressive. Again, 6 rounds is all they need, and is all done. And should they win their first couple of rounds, it might be very difficult for Giants. Again, when teams are very close, the pistol rounds really do matter. They propel you. They might give you an extra free round that you can use to your advantage. And right here, the Giants need every single one of them. And I fear that if they lose the pistol and the 3rd round in the second half, that it's going to break them too much for them to effectively come back. But again, everything is possible. This is just purely speculation, which is what we're doing.
Yep, Fatinho is going to push forward aggressively. Somehow he finds the head of Nites twice there, and he'll get that first pick. And I mean, that's absolutely massive on the pistol round here. Because you're even Stevens in terms of economy, which means that any pick you get is massive for your advantage in the round. Look, the Aldrone is going to come out and force the Oxygen players back in towards Elbow there. They are going to be still quite happy with their positioning, but now they have to push into either B site, where 3 players are waiting for them, either wait, make sure that they can try and push away some of those Giants players, or they have to head over towards A, which is even more difficult with those pistols. Looks like they're heading towards tunnel, and they're going to push in a little bit here. Fatinho, though, is quick with the headshots once again. I'll take down Glovey and Zisto for 3. And in push the rest of the Oxygen players. Toronto will find the back of David P's head, but Ambi has already taken down Unity, so he's all alone towards the back of the site. He doesn't quite find the head of Fatinho, and it's looking like curtains already.
So, what does Toronto do? Oh, he gets tagged down to 24.
30 seconds left.
No. It really has to hurt. I mean, look, save the frenzy, bro. Like, there's not much that you can do in this case. Down to 24 HP, and winning the pistol, like I said, is very important for the Giants. How is he still alive, dude?
Somehow.
Come on.
Okay, there we go. Hoodie will find the head to finish it out. Well, pistol round goes to the Giants in the end, so making back that deficit. And quite, well, incredibly well. I mean, coming through Fatinho, getting that first pick was absolutely massive, and then just cleaned it up at the end of that. Only 1 casualty, quite nice.
Very nice indeed. So, Giants will be very comfortable with this, and the most important thing is Oxygen have not been allowed to plant the spike. It means no extra cash for them, which means that, you know, hey, unless they win a thrifty round here, which is highly unlikely, it's going to be a rough one, and Giants could actually turn it to an advantage for them rather than only a tie-up. You'll see the double rifles here being bought up with a Guardian in hand for Ambi. There's Meadow on the Cypher with camera set up and ready. So what is the play? Converge on B, and looks like this has been read. You see the splits from Giants. It's all about to come down.
And be about to send out this recon dart, try and get a little bit of info. So I send it over there, and Zisto caught in Neverland gets taken down by Meadow. Meadow will find another one, Ambi with one. Meadow will take down his 3rd and his 4th, and they close that one out quite handily there. No other way to put it. Only 1 casualty. Once again, it was a buy-up against Nico, but they did very well to close it out.
That goes there.
Oh, indeed. So, finally, we'll see the buy-up come out from OXG. But no spike in 2 rounds means, well, you're not going to be able to grab an operator. You're going to be limited on util. And one of your players also has to go for a light shield. So, you got to be careful when you're finally buying up the utility that you need through it. And this is what I was talking about, where the Giants could actually turn this into an 8-7 just off of pure economy. Quick peek around with the Marshall, the Jet tagged pretty low. Not sure if this guy's able to heal up. Yes, she will. And pretty much back up to full HP. A is the place to go for OXG.
They're going to head in together, all with their rifles. A little sliver of David P is going to be found there, but oh, that's a nice snake bite to push him out of position. Toronto gets through and does find David P before Hoodie can find the trade, but that's still 1 for the Vodafone Giants. Quite nice for them, but Oxygen, they get in towards site. Ambi with the Ghost will take down 1 from behind there on Maitez and makes it a 2v3. They've already found 2 of the Oxygen players. Obviously not expected to win this round with the lower economy, but getting those picks is nice. Unity, he's going to go for this first contact and try and take down one of these players here. That's Meadow and Ambi. Ambi throwing out that owl drone. Don't find him out, but it's blinded. Oh no, they're caught in nowhere. Unity's going to spray them both down, and first round of the half for Oxygen.
That is pretty unfortunate. Giants had it all to try to take it and make it an 8-7, but they can buy up here and they can start breaking their opponents. It is, as I'm going to keep talking about the whole time, it's very important to make sure that eco is kept under check for your opponents. And well, here looks like Oxygen will turn their attention maybe to a mid-split to B attack.
Don't forget the spike.
What can they do with all of this? Maybe faking first into A flash out, but that is merely a distraction, something to slow down OXG. You're not Spectre, so basically buying up whatever they can in this situation is still very precarious when it comes to the armory of both of these squads.
Precarious is the word. They're going to grab the spike and head over towards A, where, well, they haven't actually gained any advantage positionally at this point, but at the very least they can push in as a team, family, you know? Dom.
Family.
Anyway. Family. Well, they're going to head over now.
You don't need a Viper when you got family, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got your
They're
trail.
gonna push themselves forward. There's the Seekers, okay. I was expecting that at some point. Well, David P gonna put down a snake bite, make sure nobody's up close, but doesn't grab his own seeker in time, so he's stunned up at the back of sight. Now gonna be able to get towards sight, get that spike down maybe. Not with the amount of bullets that are spraying down through that smoke there. David P will come around, find the first pick onto Maitez, sees 2 more towards the back of the site, and not quite cross the middle of the pyramids there, but Ambi, he'll come to the rescue, find Toronto, and they keep pushing through. Oxygen are down 2 players already, and David P's got a nice position to make sure Glovey can't go anywhere. Didn't even shoot at Glovey there, but Glovey doesn't find the head of David P, luckily. They close in on his position. Vitinho takes him down. It's the last 2 players left in cave here. Snake bite onto Spike, and so we'll find one. David P there with the trade. Meadow finds the last player on the Oxygen side, and they're going to be able to get the spike defused quite nicely.
There you go. Well done by the Giants, keeping 4 players alive. The Jets so low on HP. Wondering how they even survived there, but it works out well. Again, back and forth between the 2. Rifle buy is definitely a possibility for OXG. But given everything, double operator for the Giants. Let's
there it is
go.
Again. Oh, you love
Will we be able to get to see it though this time? I mean, you love to see it, but we didn't see it the first time, you know?
Well, I mean, an operator, 2 operators on this map is probably the only map I would say it's viable. You've got 2 very long angles on the main positions on both sides. You've got, obviously, B has a massive long main position, and then A obviously right in the cave. So it can work. The flash is going to be massive. It gets David P his first pick onto Toronto there. The Trailblazer is going to stun up, I think, 1 more player, and they back up Zisto. It's only on 2 bullets left. Yeah, there you go, the reload. But here comes Vitinho, and he'll find the pick with the operator. Now Maitez is moving in through Tube. They know he's there already, so they back up and they look behind them. Hoodie looking for that first pick. He won't find them. Vitinho is on Overwatch. He'll find 1. Ambi with the 2nd. Hoodie with the 3rd. And there it is. Giants take the lead in the game.
Gun here.
I'm gonna put it all on a double operator in the round. Not gonna lie. It was well done. You know, there's a difference between we're just gonna buy up operators for the lulz and actually using them for their intended, material, which is we're seeing a distance, keeping a distance between us and our opponents, and baiting them into the fight. And it works very well for you as a defender because the whole premise is the attackers are the one that are supposed to push into you, right? So use that to your advantage, play the game in that way. So understandable how it worked out for the Giants, and it also comes down to aim. But Giants getting aggressive here with Vitinho, and the hesitation on the first shot means Toronto takes down the Jet on the other side, and that's 1 operator down and out.
You know, if there was no aim punch for headshots in this game, he would have found that kill as well. The aim punch put his crosshair above the head of that 1 player, and it just meant that he could get that 2nd headshot, finish off the kill. So, I mean, I wouldn't call it unlucky. I think Vitinho bit off a little more than he could chew going forward there, so I think it was kind of deserved for that, but in the end, quite unfortunate for him that he didn't manage to get the kill even after that first pick. Well, the Viper's Pit has been used to keep out the Oxygen players, but that doesn't mean that they can't push all the way through, and David P actually gives up his position because of the lockdown.
So, there's the lockdown, and David!
No, he got pushed back into it.
Tamed. 19 HP, there's David taken down by Glovey, and double smokes are out detected, but the bolt finally taken out by Toronto. And Hoodie's spraying, he gets the final shot in the final round that he had in the magazine. Shooting away his Ambi, but he gets swapped through the cage, and that's 2 kills for Glovey. So through it, leaving the Cypher alive. Meadow will collect the operator and run back, as it looks like a 9-9 scoreline between OXG and the Giants. What does this keep going back and forth, Twiggy? Honestly, what is a metagame?
And they're both playing for that win, obviously. Winning this game is going to put you up against a difficult seed. Nice 1, Meadow. Good shot. But in the end, coming through, getting as many games as possible in the upper bracket is going to be massive for you. Keep in mind that every game you win is a massive advantage for you as a team in circuit points, which is essential for getting into the last chance qualifiers for champions at the end of the year. Like, every team needs to play for every game. It's not just seeding for the next 4 Masters. It's not just getting into the top 4. Every game you win gets you points for last chance qualifiers to get into champions. So it's all to play for every game, and that's why we're seeing both teams go at each other's throats completely here. And it's such an enjoyable game to see because we're 9-9 now, 1-1 in the series, and well, Giants, they bought up those two. Well, I mean, they bought up another operator. They still had one after last round, but still going for that double operator play.
So, how's this one gonna go down? For both of these squads who would be able to start running away with this game at some point. That's why we said at the beginning, overtime really is a possibility between them. We didn't quite get it on map 2, which is fairly one-sided, but well, we'll see how this one ends up going.
Slowly.
Rotate away to B, my friend. It's not gonna work on A.
Yeah. They're heading over towards B now, but another operator is waiting for them there. Ambi, though, he's looking through tunnel. Just making sure nobody's coming up through mid at the very least. They don't have a player up in mid window.
I've got your
Turret is going to find out Ambi is there. And the Seekers come out to try and find out how many players are on site. Meadow is caught up in that gravity well. Nobody's going to find him, though, quite yet. Oh, the Tripwise are going to give away the positions of those players, and the Hunter's Fury tags them both up for quite a bit there. One more player tagged with the camera there, and the shock dart. How does that not kill Toronto? And turning around the corners, this was actually going to find Meadow only after one pick. Ambi finds one onto Toronto. Mites will take down Hoodie and David P coming through there, so it's a 2v3 now. But Vitinho has a knife out. Mites finds the head of Vitinho before he can land a shot, and it's just Ambi left in a 1v3. Zisto will take him out to take them to double digits.
My god, what is that? I don't even know what happened there. It was all over the place. The man was in one spot and they just kept coming at him one by one. The Jet got too happy, too trigger happy in that case. And now double digits, like you say, this is the tough time for the Giants, who you see in their buy. They're scrapping up whatever they can, able to put up at least the rifles up in the operator, but lose this around and this might be over for you. That's kind of the big gamble. It's all on the Giants and what they can offer. Because Oxygen, man, they are looking fresh here.
Yeah, they have turned on the afterburners right at the end of this one. Turned it all the way up to 11. Toronto and Vitinho, the two O players that watching each other. It's a little bit of a... It's nice that we can see each other's x-rays, because it's nice to see the two players just standing there next to each other. They don't know. Pepe laugh. They're waiting. Nobody's going to turn around the corner and go for the pick, though. It's just a standoff. It's like two cats fighting through like a fence, you know? And then as soon as the fence opens, maybe they won't even fight. Like just standing there.
Like a very real experience to do that.
What? As a cat? Yes.
Yeah, as a cat.
Yeah.
As a cat person myself, I can...
Absolutely. Oxygen, they're taking the cave's position and they're going to try and make their way in through A. There we go. Toronto does find Vitinho in the end. Vitinho is the one to go for the peak later. Toronto already has that position. Glovey turns around and David P will find him there. Zisto takes down David P in trade. Hoodie onto Zisto and Mites onto Hoodie. It's a game of trades at this point, but it does leave Oxygen with control of the site as Ambi tries to make his way back in. His friend has been taken down now and it's a 1v3. He knows Unity is over in tube here. He turns down the corner, look for the first pick. He's found it. He has no armor though, and that makes it so much more difficult to get onto site. Open that door up. Let's see, nobody's in close because they would have closed that door. Nice, logical thinking. Now Mites and Toronto, they have to hold this one down and he has to push through a smoke here, Ambi. I don't think Mites sees him push through there, but the shot rings out and they know he's up there now. Toronto is watching CT, waiting for that. The footsteps will have been heard at this point. He turns back around the corner. The blades are being used. Doesn't find enough shots. Only one blade lands. He has 5 bullets left in the chamber here, Ambi, and he has to make it happen quick because the spike is ticking down. He turns around. He'll find Toronto, but Mites is there with the trade. They bring it to 11. And that's almost the game. Almost match point at this point. We just need to close it out 1 or 2 more times as Giants buy up into this next round, hoping to clean up anything they can get. Forcing into this round is a difficult situation for them.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like OHG have a ton of flexibility themselves, but like you say, do you want to play on map and match point with a bit better economy, or do you just keep force buying? You have to commit to one of those strategies, and for the Giants here is pick up any rifle you can. You know, shields be damned, we just need to survive. We need something to win out gunfights because we know that we can do that. we are set up in better positions most of the time. It's just OXG somehow are able to overwhelm us and, pin us before we can retake. So always something to think about here for the Giants, as Oxygen are taking their sweet time, and you definitely should, because in this case, you're the one that can control the pace of the game, not just as an attacker, but as a team in the lead. And David is looking, and he doesn't fire. 10 HP. He did fire off. There's one shot, but not enough to finish off his opponent. And the second one lost too.
Oh no, the Vandal difference. Oh dear. All the Phantom fans are molding in chat right now. Unfortunate. Hits the headshot, but it's not enough. The one tap from the Vandal is clean. They can head over towards B now, where only Meadow is waiting for them. There's a no theft available after that first pick, but I don't think it's going to do much. I think you know at this point that all of the Oxygen players are hounding you down. He gets flashed up. The spray doesn't find anybody. Zisto will take that pick down, and Hoodie, he finds a trade onto one, but it's a 2v4 in this situation, and the Seekers aren't going to do much. Hoodie will find one onto Unity, knowing that there was one in tunnels at that point. Fatinho turns around, blind through the smoke, finds Glovey, but Mites is there with a trade, and now it's a 1v2. 59 HP on the side of Hoodie, and he needs to clear out both of these positions before he can even go for the spike. The clean headshot onto Mites is going to make it a 1v1. Still has less HP though. Hoodie doesn't find the head. Zisto will take it, and it's gone to match point for Oxygen. They're looking to take this one in 2-1 fashion.
Still an incredibly expensive round here for Oxygen, but they have flexibility. Look at how much cash they've been able to net just because of the plants that they're putting down. Yeah, they're losing 4 players, but when you're planting and you're at least saving 1 player at the end of the round, you're guaranteeing yourself a couple of rounds extra in terms of cash and a buy-up. And at the Giants side, they're bringing up whatever they can. They are right on the edge here, and should this round be lost, it is over for the Giants. They're going to drop down to the lower bracket where they can still fight, but it's a tough game. There's Liquid in the lower bracket now, so
I've got your trail.
it's not going to be easy, and there's the Cypher at least giving some information. What can Meadow do?
Well, he needs to get out of the lockdown first. There we go. He's out of there. Didn't quite work out last time. Oh, Toronto pushes in, but he's going to be caught by that trapwire and killed. The trade comes through from Glovey, and now they're up 4-3. Fatinho turns around the corner and finds that second pick onto Mites. Now it's a 3v3. They get the spike down, and they throw down the nano swarms. Ambi and David T coming in from CT. Fatinho over towards tunnel. And Zisto has to hold down the site by himself. The rest of his teammates have headed over towards elbow to try and gain themselves more position advantage. They head over towards tunnel here. Glovey is going to come in from behind, and Ambi has no idea, just about gets around in time. They've passed like 2 ships in the ocean, but Fatinho, well, the gun barrel peaks. There's one head for him to find, and Glovey will take one down. Now they know there's a player in tunnels. David P will trade it out, but it's a 2v2. The spike is ticking down. Fatinho has to go in quick. He'll find one head. He's looking for the second onto Zisto, but Zisto's still around the corner. They need to start defusing right now. Zisto finds one. Zisto finds 2. Oxygen, they win 13-9, and it's Turkey who are going to be taking this series 2-1. Beautiful from them, and they're going to be heading into the next round of the competition in the upper bracket. Unfortunate Vodafone Giants, after their amazing run in EU Challengers, they are going to be heading to the lower bracket in round 1.
Look, Turkish fans right now are very happy with the performance so far, and yeah, we're all kind of asking the question of how will Turkey play? How will Turkish teams and players really fare when they go up against European teams? And the answer is pretty darn good so far. It's definitely a lot of talent. They've definitely been scrimming. You can see the play style and the way that they're responding to European teams overall through the games they've had today is we've been scrimming against these teams, and a lot of teams that kind of play in this sort of play style. We've read them, we've studied them, and we're able to beat them. And we're better in gunfights in some situations as well. That's not something to be taken away at all. Some maps are more technically and tactically relevant and necessitate a lot more tactics play in general, like we saw on map 2. But overall, Breeze was a difficult one for the Giants, for both of these teams that have pretty much no time played on it competitively that is recorded. So it is surprising to see it end up in the way that it did, but that first half was so incredibly important for Oxygen. And at this point, Oxygen Giants We finally saw Oxygen going up, and they're going to play against G2. And if you wanted a real test for a Turkish team, even though it is not the highest rated Turkish team, this is definitely a test.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've now decided, well, 3 of our teams that are going to be moving into the next round of the upper bracket against the top 4 seeds. That's top 2 seeds from EU, top seed from Turkey, top seed from the Commonwealth of Independent States. And those are going to be the real challenges for these teams coming into the next round of the tournament. But that's about it for today from us. I've been Twiggy. This is Milosh. You can find us on Twitter at those tags down there. But also a big thank you to our producer Mel, our observer SaltyJay, and everybody else behind the scenes who's been helping us out. The admin, obviously, from the production team. Yeah, there they are. You can see them at the bottom. Awesome. Well, thanks very much. We're going to head off for the night. I'm going to go get something to eat. It's 9 o'clock now, so
we'll be back tomorrow, Twiggy.
Yes, we are going to be back tomorrow. Me and Milosh, again, are going to be here on the same stream. You can find us here, and we're going to be watching the next round of stuff going on. I think we're probably going to be watching probably the G2 game, probably the... I can't remember what the other game we're going to be watching is, but that's still to be found out.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. So don't stay tuned, because we're done. So
go watch the A stream and come back here tomorrow.
Go watch the other stream, go watch the A stream, and then, get back here tomorrow, same time, 5 o'clock CEST. We'll see you then. Thanks, everybody, for watching. It's been a great day. Goodbye.
Love you.